51, H.R. 3062, a bill to establish a more uniform, transparent, and modern process to authorize the construction, connection, operation, and maintenance of international border crossing facilities for the import and export of oil and natural gas and the transmission of electricity.
Pursuant to House Resolution 707, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each shall control 30 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and insert extraneous material on H.R. 3062.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for as much time as
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. North America has grown to be an energy superpower due to robust trade of oil, gas, and electricity. As energy demand is projected to increase in staggering numbers over the coming years, the expansion of cross-border energy infrastructure throughout this integrated market will be important. One challenge confronting the expansion of energy trade with Mexico and Canada is that Congress has not asserted authority to establish procedures for permitting cross-border infrastructure. Cross-border infrastructure, especially oil and natural gas pipelines and electrical transmission lines, are essential to American communities across the nation. Instead of a clear statutory process, a myriad of executive orders over decades have provided the legal context for permitting procedures of cross-border energy infrastructure. Under this cobbled-together permitting regime, the Secretary of State has the authority to issue presidential permits for cross-border liquid pipelines. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, for cross-border natural gas pipelines, and the Department of Energy for cross-border electric transmission facilities. Unfortunately, this regime has subjected infrastructure permitting processes to the political whims of an administration, as we saw for 12 of the last 16 years under Presidents Obama and Biden. This can severely curtail America's energy. H.R. 3062, introduced by Representative Fedorchak of North Dakota, would remedy these permitting inconsistencies by establishing a uniform process for authorizing energy infrastructure construction that crosses U.S. boundaries. Instead of complex existing process, projects would simply be required to receive a certificate of crossing from the relevant agency for the border crossing segment. Nothing in this legislation alters additional permitting requirements of other statutes like the National Environmental Policy Act or Clean Water Act. It is past time for Congress to assert its authority and establish a modern and transparent process for cross-border energy infrastructure. I thank Representative Fedorchak for her leadership, urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this trio of pro-polluter bills that we're debating today. These bills just double down on the Trump administration's commitment to raising American electricity prices by discriminating against clean, cheap energy. They prove that Republicans have never been for an all-of-the-above energy strategy, and they don't care about fixing the insanely high cost of living that is crushing families across this country right now. The only thing Republicans, I think, care about is making their fossil fuel friends even richer. All of this comes a few months after Republicans passed their big, ugly bill. That law will cause American utility bills to go up by about nearly $300 per year. And that's on top of the nearly $29 billion in electricity bill rate hikes that utilities have requested just since the start of President Trump's term. All this from President Trump, who promised to cut Americans' electricity bills in half. And that's just another one of the president's broken promises. President Trump and House Republicans also claim to care about China, particularly about beating China in the artificial intelligence race. And that requires getting as much power onto the grid as quickly as possible. But the big ugly bill will do the opposite. It will instead cause electricity capacity to decrease by more than 2.5 times the size of the entire Midwestern electric grid. And Trump's law will render the United States unable to meet growing power demand or to compete with China. And all this doesn't factor in the enormous toll that Trump's tariffs will take on America's energy bills. A recent analysis found that Trump's tariffs will cost your average American family $2,300 each year. That's $2,300 that families need to pay rent, to buy groceries, and to afford clothes and school supplies for their kids. But Trump decided to make everything more expensive, even the energy we buy. The inconvenient truth is that Republicans don't want to acknowledge, and that is that clean energy can compete with fossil fuels. They don't like that, so they're trying to put their thumb on the scale, and that's where this week's bills come into play. The first bill we're discussing right now, H.R. 3062, the Cross-Border Energy Bill, was first proposed way back in 2013 to respond to the energy politics of the 2010s, those years. It's simply irrelevant in this day and age. The Keystone Pipeline has been dead for 4 years, and the Canadians are not interested in building energy infrastructure connecting our two nations thanks to Trump's tariffs. Yet this bill would gut the federal government's ability to review the environmental impact of oil and gas pipelines that cross into Canada and Mexico. Now, currently, the federal government reviews the entirety of a cross-border oil pipeline, but under this bill, the review would be limited to only 1,000 feet crossing the border. There would be virtually no federal review for natural gas pipelines running from Texas to Mexico, and this will make it easier to export American natural gas to liquid natural gas facilities in Mexico, which again will drive up utility prices here at home in the United States. Finally, the bill creates a massive loophole, allowing any existing cross-border facility to expand without any review whatsoever. A pipeline could be expanded by 10 times, dramatically increasing its environmental impact, and there would still be no review. If Republicans want to get serious about permitting reform, they need to work with Democrats to advance policies that will fix the way we permit and plan our nation's grid. So later today, we're going to consider another bill, H.R. 3015, that would reestablish the National Coal Council, something that Energy Secretary Wright has already done. So instead of using floor time on anything important, like maybe trying to fix the affordability crisis that's strangling middle-class America, Republicans are wasting time passing a bill to do something that's already happened. And then after that, the third bill, H.R. 1047, the Grid Power Act, would require the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to allow electric grid operators to prioritize connecting fossil fuel plants to the grid over connecting clean energy power plants to the grid. Now, this is just another way Republicans are tipping the scales towards fossil fuels over wind and solar energy. Taken together, Mr. Speaker, these three bills will only continue to raise Americans' energy bills, and in some cases do so while also removing the guardrails that keep our communities safe and healthy. So I strongly urge opposition to all three bills, including the one we're debating right now, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, but before, I just want to make clear that tariffs don't affect these products. USMCA qualifying products, which crude oil, natural gas, refined petroleum products, and biofuels qualify are tariff-free. Additionally, this legislation does not remove permitting requirements. All environmental and regulatory reviews of this infrastructure would continue. So it's not accurate to say that we would go around any of the qualifying. And on the other side, it's all about tipping the scales towards fossil fuel energy and dispatchable power. Well, there's tipped the scale towards wind and solar, and I think we need all the above. But when you say we're going to subsidize a more expensive power, that doesn't make power cheaper. Maybe in the short term, but certainly not in the long run. And that's where we need to focus. And we do need to work together, as he said, to make sure we can do permit reform and produce the energy this country needs for AI and other things. But I will now yield 5 minutes to my good friend from North Dakota, the sponsor of this bill and a valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Fedorchak.
The lady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Guthrie. Thank you for your leadership on this issue on all energy issues, and for the entire Energy and Commerce Committee, you provide the exact type of leadership we need at this time in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act, and in strong opposition to what my colleague from New Jersey just said about this bill, much of which is just simply not true. Energy is the foundation of everything we do. It powers our homes, fuels our farms, and drives our economy. If we want to stay a global leader, we must build the pipelines and power lines that move energy from where it is produced to where it is needed. That's much more challenging than it needs to be under current law in our country. And I know many of my colleagues across the aisle want to change that through permitting reform. My legislation begins to address that and is a step in the right direction. This bill is about strengthening American energy security, protecting good-paying jobs, and restoring common sense to a process bogged down by bureaucratic delays and partisan politics. For far too long, energy developers have faced an outdated and unpredictable permitting process that has delayed and even canceled critical infrastructure projects, costing taxpayers millions of dollars and weakening American energy security. Right now, if you want to build a pipeline or a power transmission line between the U.S. and Canada or the U.S. and Mexico, you're stuck navigating a patchwork of executive orders, undefined agency processes, and shifting political winds. That is no way to build long-term infrastructure in our country. We need a cross-border permitting process that is transparent, predictable, and durable, a process that can't be undone with the stroke of a pen. The Keystone XL pipeline should have been a wake-up call. It would have carried 800,000 barrels of oil each day from Canada to refineries in the Midwest and Texas. It would have meant real opportunity for North Dakota communities, more jobs, more tax revenue, and more energy produced for the entire nation. And after a decade of delays, protests, and litigation, Keystone XL was finally approved in 2017 by President Trump. But on day one of the Biden administration, that permit was canceled. Not because the project wasn't needed, not because it wasn't safe, but to appease radical activists. With that single decision, the Biden administration cost the U.S. more than $3 billion in GDP and thousands of jobs, including many in my state of North Dakota. This uncertainty has created a chilling effect on investment in the infrastructure we desperately need for American energy dominance. That's why I introduced the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act. This legislation will help fix this problem. This bill requires Congress to approve the reversal of a cross-border project. No more unilateral decisions based on politics. This bill would also replace the outdated presidential permitting process with a clear statutory framework, the Certificate of Crossing. This process will be overseen by FERC for oil and gas projects and by the Department of Energy for electricity. It establishes firm timelines for reviewing applications and puts subject matter experts, not politicians, in charge of decisions. By creating a consistent statutory framework that protects all existing requirements and environmental reviews, we can provide the regulatory certainty energy developers need to invest, hire, and build. And most importantly, this strengthens America's role as a global energy leader. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and stand with American energy dominance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume now to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, who is the ranking member of our Energy Subcommittee.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, here we are 9 months into the Trump administration, and Republicans in Congress, despite their promises, have done nothing to lower energy costs. In fact, costs keep going up, up, and up, and the GOP policies are making it worse. I have to say that Americans deserve a whole lot better. We understand that the impact of the big, ugly bill passed a couple of months ago is going to raise the cost of living on hardworking families across the country. There's been a lot of attention on health care costs in the state of Florida because the Republicans would not reinstate the cost-saving and life-saving tax credits. Millions of Floridians, like many more across America, are facing higher health care costs. But what wasn't covered as much in the big ugly bill and its impact is it's what it's going to do to drive up your electric bill. Already this year, household electricity prices are up 10%. 1 in 3 households is cutting back on necessities like groceries to afford their energy bills. 3 in 4 Americans are concerned with their utility bills increasing, and they should be, because at least 102 gas and electric utilities have either raised or proposed higher rates that will go into effect next year. Here's the proof. Here's a report from September of this year. Residents in at least 41 states and Washington, D.C. are facing increased electric and natural gas prices. Utilities are increasing prices for customers across the country, including all the way through to 2028. Monthly residential bill impacts are going to be rough. Here's another. From power lines from July 2025, utility bills are rising. Q2 2025 update. Utility rate increases requested and approved totaled $9 billion in just Q2 of 2025 and $29 billion in the first half of 2025, making 2025 a record year for utility rate increases. In my home state of Florida, the largest power provider has requested the largest rate hike in history, $10 billion for most of the counties in the state. Here's an article I'll submit for the record from this month from the Energy and Policy Institute. Key decisions loom in Florida Power and Light's historic bid to raise rates by $10 billion. I'm going to ask unanimous consent that these be submitted for the record.
Without objection.
So the big ugly bill is having a very harsh impact on the bottom lines of hardworking families. And now Republicans want to offer a package of bills that's going to make it worse, add insult to injury. They just can't stop providing solace for polluters. They've already gutted a lot of the tools that make energy more affordable, like clean energy tax credits, like trying to save on energy efficiency and things like that. What also adds insult to industry is I don't know why. If you're talking about, you believe in fairness, you believe in permitting, you believe that we need all of the power generation we possibly can make, why do you stand idly by while the Trump administration wages war on a clean energy power source, many already permitted and constructed? In April, the administration issued a stop work order for the Empire Wind offshore wind project surrounding New York. Even though the order was lifted in May, that delay cost the developer $955 million. The president is actively trying to revoke permits for the Revolution Wind project, which was fully permitted and 80% complete, supporting more than 2,500 U.S. jobs across construction, operations, shipbuilding, manufacturing. The project was just steps away from powering more than 350,000 homes in Rhode Island, Connecticut, but now that's at risk. So they're facing much higher bills. And just last week, the Interior Department asked a judge to cancel approval of the Maryland offshore wind project, a project over a decade in the making that had received all of its final permits from multiple federal agencies and was expected to power over 700,000 homes. This just doesn't make sense. So to bring a package of bills and say, oh, we're really concerned, you're not concerned. Rates are going up, you're canceling projects, you're throwing wrenches into cleaner, cheaper energy. This is really a giveaway to the fossil fuel companies. What other explanation can there be to sock it to hardworking people that need a break, They need a break. Groceries are too high. You're taking away their health care. Now you're raising their rates, their utility bills. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm all for cutting red tape. But what's happening here is detrimental to the folks we represent back home. It's not fair. It's not right. We need to do everything we can. And these bills, this bill doesn't meet the moment. It's going to keep electricity bills going up, up, and up. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill and get back to work on serious solutions for people's pocketbooks. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman from New Jersey reserve? Yes. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 5 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, and the Vice Chair of our Telecommunications Committee, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman, our chairman, for yielding this time. I rise today in support of H.R. 3062, the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act. Mr. Speaker, our hardworking energy developers need a clear framework to expand America's energy footprint, not more bureaucracy and uncertainty. Now, my colleague talked about energy prices. Well, you know, just look at the gas pump. I mean, energy at the gas pump is down substantially. Here's the problem. With your base load energy production, the past administration throwed it into total chaos because we know that base load is the only way that we can reliably produce the electricity and the demand in the future that we're going to need to expand this economy. I mean, we're in a race in AI with China. We have to produce more electricity. There was a war on baseload electricity, an absolute war. These people did not know if they were going to survive this war, meaning that here's the deal. If you don't provide more baseload, your price is going to go up. We have to grow baseload in this country. The only way to reduce energy prices is competition and more energy. Every member in this chamber and the American people have witnessed the drastic consequence of this anti-domestic energy policy championed by the previous administration, which led to record high gas prices, severe job loss, and dependence on foreign oil. We have to fix this. We have a solution. You got to fix these problems. I mean, I'm really tired of having to fix all the problems they create, but we got to do this if we're going to survive this thing. Under this House majority and administration, it's just no longer the American way. We promised the American people energy dominance. We had that just 6 years ago. Can you imagine? We were energy dominant. We set the price of a barrel of oil just 6 years ago. And what happened? The bill before us today is a necessary, much-needed solution to ensure in the future we do not face the brunt of reckless executive actions like the cancellation of the Keystone Pipeline. We've already heard about the horrible results of that, including the amount of money that was put forth. And now the developer is not going forward. That project would have provided a safe and reliable way to transport energy resources between the United States and our neighbor to the north, Canada. It would have created tens of thousands of jobs, as my colleague earlier said, strengthening our energy security and generating billions of revenue to boost economic growth. You know, don't listen to this chatter out here. Talk to the folks in the energy business. The people let's give this back to the people in the energy business. They know how to produce energy. They're in business to produce. Now, I'm for all-in energy. I mean, let's do it all. And I think every one of us, we have to have more energy. But all of this progress that we made was cut short by the stroke of a pen just 4 years ago, leading the developer to abandon the XL pipeline, as I mentioned earlier. We cannot allow that to happen again. H.R. 3062 would require the President to receive congressional approval before revoking any previously issued permits related to the construction, connection, operation, or maintenance of oil or natural gas pipelines. We can not let an administration put us in this position ever again. It would also streamline the permitting process for projects that connect U.S. energy resources with international markets, establishing a clear regulatory framework so energy developers can tackle projects with confidence and certainty. I am proud to support the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act in the Energy and Commerce Committee and look forward to getting it passed by the full House. I strongly urge a yes vote, and I yield my time back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Virginia, member of the committee, Jennifer McClellan.
Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Ranking Member Pallone for the time. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 3062, the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act. And my concern is that this bill is going to be bad for our national security interests, in addition to leading to rising costs that will ultimately harm consumers. Currently, the State Department must sign off on all cross-border energy pipelines and power lines. However, this bill would remove that requirement so that the FERC and the Department of Energy would have the final say on pipelines and power lines, respectively. And while FERC and DOE could consult with other appropriate federal agencies, such consultation is optional. So if there's a disagreement between the State Department and the Department of Energy, or the State Department and FERC, this bill says that our national security and diplomatic interests will take a back seat. And at the end of the day, FERC and DOE will make the final call on critical decisions that could impact international relations and national security issues. And it's disconcerting to hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle call national security and diplomatic interests political, as the committees of jurisdiction have traditionally taken great pains to keep politics out of those agencies. More importantly, FERC and DOE simply are not equipped to have the final say on national security and diplomatic decisions. As you've heard, this bill could also drive up costs for consumers at a time when many Americans are already facing rising costs and struggle to make ends meet. It will allow modifications to projects without any need for a permit or environmental review. This means a developer can radically expand a cross-border pipeline without any federal review. It also specifically curtails the federal review for pipelines from Texas to Mexico that carry natural gas to Mexican LNG facilities. These provisions would facilitate increasing LNG exports, which have been shown to drive up prices for American consumers. For the sake of our consumers and our national security interests and the future of our planet, I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 3062. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Kentucky's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that this does not replace any need for permits. So the idea that there would be no environmental review or any review for a cross-border project approved by FERC or the State Department just is not accurate. That's not what the bill does. And I'm ready to, I don't know if I would inquire if my colleague from New Jersey has any further speakers. I'm prepared to close if you are.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
You're prepared to close?
Okay. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker. I wanted to comment on what the gentleman from Georgia said. I know he's not here. I don't like to comment on people when they're not here, but it's not that I'm not really being critical personally, just substantively. Look, the gentleman from Georgia and my colleagues on the other side keep talking about how they're going to, use this legislation to address another pipeline from Canada. Reference was made to Keystone. Keystone is dead. There's no reason to believe in any way that that the Canadians are looking to work with us to build a pipeline and export more fossil fuels to the United States. I mean, right now, we barely have a relationship with Canada because of the tariffs. And the fact of the matter is that there is a tariff on Canadian exports. the bottom line is, I guess the only way that we could get Canada to maybe send us more oil or gas is if we did what President Trump says and, annex it and make it the 51st state. I'm not an advocate for that. I don't think that's going to happen. But it's unrealistic right now to talk about any kind of additional oil or gas coming to the United States through a Canadian pipeline. That's just not going to happen. What I think is really happening here is that there's going to be an effort, because of the way the bill reads, to double or triple or even 10 times the amount of gas that would go from the United States to Mexico, because the bill doesn't have any review with regard to that. And if you have an existing pipeline, you can just double or triple or quadruple it or whatever and send American gas to Mexico, where it's going to be made into LNG and shipped throughout the world. That is only going to increase our gas prices here in the United States. That's what is going to happen here. So again, we on the Democratic side have been stressing the fact that when it comes to energy prices, they're going through the roof. The Republicans don't seem to care at all about dealing with the issue. All they want to do is, make it possible for more of our gas to go abroad. And the way this bill is tailored, there would be basically no review other than, I think, for 1,000 feet or so into the other countries. So the suggestion that somehow there's still going to be some significant review here before these pipelines are permitted is simply not the case based on what this legislation says. So for all these reasons, I would ask my colleagues to vote in opposition to this bill, and we'll talk more about the two that are following, but the same is true. They are not helpful to Americans. They are going to increase energy prices. They're another indication that the Trump administration and the House Republicans don't care at all about the increased cost of energy for the American consumer. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here and be here with my friend, and hopefully we're going to be able to work on a lot of issues, because we do care about the cost of electricity. I know you know we care about the cost of electricity. If you look at if Keystone Pipeline's not going to happen, which it has been by presidential fiat, that didn't happen, we have to worry about future situations we're in Congress. We don't just legislate about the past. We have to legislate for the future as well. And this is important. And also, and I am a big believer that we have to continue to have economic development and growth and work with, and in a fair way, to make sure our products are being treated fairly as well with Canada and Mexico. And this is an opportunity to do so. In America, the one thing we have is ample natural gas. As a matter of fact, the price of gas is historically low now because of the oil development in the Permian Basin. An offshoot of it is natural gas. And because it's driven the price of gas so low, we have ample natural gas. And so what we need to do and what we really need to work on, hopefully can work on together, how does we take, if you want to lower the price of electricity, which I assume we all do, is that the way you do that is by taking the natural gas that we have, converting it to electrons, and transmitting it out so people can have access to the electricity. That's where the expense is not being able to permit to create electrons and then to move them is an expense as well, as much as it is permitting the pipelines that we're talking about. So we're in a battle of our time, we can either choose to follow the regulatory state of Europe, or we can follow we can't out-regulate Europe, we need to out-innovate China. And this is the beginning of a series of bills that hopefully we can find a series of bills we can work on together, because it needs to be all of us together focused on defeating China in terms of delivering the energy we need to do so. And I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill. I thank Representative Forchak for bringing it forward, and I yield back my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 707, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
a bill to establish a more uniform, transparent, and modern process to authorize the construction, connection, operation, and maintenance of international border crossing facilities for the import and export of oil and natural gas and the transmission of electricity.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 707, I call up H.R. 3015 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 150, H.R. 3015, a bill to reestablish the National Coal Council and the Department of Energy to provide advice and recommendations to the Secretary of Energy on matters related to coal and the coal industry and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 707, any amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce printed in the bill would be adopted. There being none, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 3015.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the National Coal Council Reestablishment Act, introduced by my colleague from Ohio 6th District, Mr. Ruley. This legislation would codify the National Coal Council, an important advisory committee that had aided our federal government for 37 years with expertise and technical reports on all matters affecting the coal industry and its workers. The reestablishment of the National Coal Council couldn't come at a better time. It is no secret that our energy demands are rising, but if the demand isn't met with sufficient supply, we risk ceding leadership in the next generation economy to China while raising costs on American households along the way. And we're seeing the demand for reliable electricity affect nearly every industry. At the end of the day, electricity policy is technology policy. Electricity policy is manufacturing policy. And there's one source of reliable electricity that has been powering American industry for many, many years. Coal power generation is a key baseload resource that even today can protect against upward price pressures and provide the right type of energy to fuel American innovation in the next generation industries. Unfortunately, the previous administration sought to deliberately undermine the financial viability of coal while subsidizing preferred sources like wind, solar, and batteries. Instead of regulating one industry and subsidizing another to make it competitive, we need to get back to making things affordable in the first place. The Coal Council plays a critical role in developing a cohesive national energy strategy that will unleash American energy dominance to lower costs for hardworking households. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3015, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 3015. This bill would require the Department of Energy to reestablish the National Coal Council, something that President Trump already did 3 months ago. But it goes further than that. The House Republicans don't just want to reestablish the National Coal Council, they want it to play by different rules than the 27 other advisory councils that the Department of Energy maintains by making it permanent. Of course, they offer no justification as to why this council, and only this council, is special, because there isn't one. And I also want to point out that DOE's other 27 advisory councils, among them, not a single one is focused on clean energy. There's no solar council, no wind council, no battery council, not even a geothermal energy council. All of those could be very useful, but instead of using their floor time to prompt the department to develop a council for some of our cheaper, cleaner energy, Republicans are focused on giving coal special treatment. And it's just frankly ridiculous. I think it's a waste of time. The country's in turmoil, Mr. Speaker. We're facing a national health care crisis. Republicans are actively taking health care away from millions of Americans. And meanwhile, millions more are about to watch their health care premiums skyrocket and their local hospital close, not to mention the astronomical cost of living that is rising more and more each day thanks to Trump's tariffs. And rather than addressing one of these real crises, Republicans have us here wasting time on a bill that would order the DOE to do something it's already done. Republicans could be using the floor time to ensure millions of Americans don't get priced out of their health care plan, but they're not doing that. Republicans could use floor time to rein in Trump's tariffs, which are projected to cost hardworking families thousands of dollars each year, but they're not going to do that. And Republicans could be using floor time to pass energy policy that would bring electricity bills down, but clearly they're not doing that. And the reason is simple. Republicans care more about signaling their love of coal and that they're fighting for the hardworking families struggling to make ends meet. They don't care about the hardworking families that are trying to make ends meet. They're just signaling that they love coal. And that's particularly shameful when you consider that coal consumption has declined by nearly 2/3 since its peak in 2007. Instead of celebrating the newer sources of cheaper and cleaner energy, Republicans are frantically trying to turn back the clock and ignoring Americans' pleas for real, meaningful help in the process. So I urge opposition to this bill. It's completely meaningless, and to this massive waste of time. I hope they would do something else, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Absolutely concerned about families making ends meet through cheaper electricity, but there are also hardworking families in my Commonwealth of Kentucky who do work in the coal industry, have been really hurt by the policies that have come out of the administration. This has been reinstated by the Trump presidency, but this makes it where a future president can't undo it again that we experienced in the last 4 years. That's the difference in where we are today. That's why it's important that we're here doing it. The sponsor of this legislation is a good new member of the Commerce Committee, Energy and Commerce Committee. Proud to have him on the committee. The sponsor is Mr. Ruley from Ohio, and I will yield him 5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Latta. And I rise in support of House Resolution 3015, the National Coal Council Reestablishment Act. For decades, the National Coal Council was powerful voice for coal and a timeless champion for American workers and American communities. Coal fuels the factories, powers our homes, and help build the greatest economy this world has ever known. It's ridiculous to neglect this. I feel today is a Paul Revere moment where we are calling to everyone to realize that the meltdown is coming. And what I mean by that, the grid is going to melt down. All one has to simply do is go back in time 3 Christmases ago when the American grid pretty much was hours away from melting down. Look at California and look at Texas and look at the meltdowns that have happened there. The grid is not stable. The grid needs redone. And every coal plant that I toured in Ohio said 3 Christmases ago, the call was, we need more generated power and we need it right now. And there was no more to give. All we have to look at is the opposition party wants to celebrate the European Union. And what does the European Union do? They look for power from countries like Russia, like China, and like India to use their coal-powered generated plants to support their grid. But in America, we cannot wait to put coal factories out of business. Just like in my district with the Samus factory. Joe Biden couldn't wait to celebrate putting 800 jobs in the garbage and putting our grid at jeopardy. Paul Revere would be turning in his grave if he saw the jeopardy that these people are putting our country through by putting the grid up against the wall. We have to take into consideration what could come in the future. And I do want to take a moment, and I want to thank President Trump and his executive order that he knows that this bipartisan committee for coal was established over the last 30 years, and it was a bipartisan approach to make sure that national security, which is our grid, because if our grid melts down, there is no security. In particular, in my district, I have 7 or 8 investors that right now want to invest in new coal. They want to make sure that the AI companies and the data mining companies come to Ohio. But if there's no energy, nobody's coming to Ohio. So today, more than ever, let's worry about national security. Let's worry that we could keep these lights on. Let's worry that this grid is protected for our grandchildren that aren't even born yet. So when they say that this is a meaningless bill, it couldn't be further from the truth. This is the bill for national security. This is the bill that President Trump signed into an executive order. And today is the day that we codify this in the law. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues today to have a yes vote. And with that, I yield my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Once again, I yield to our ranking member of the Energy Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor. At such time as she may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for yielding the time. I rise in opposition to H.R. 3015. And it bears repeating again. Here we are 9 months into the new administration and a new Congress, and the Republicans have not brought one bill to the floor of the House that will help tackle the cost of living squeeze, the affordability crisis. Folks back home really need help. They're paying more on their groceries, despite all the promises, more on their electricity, now facing huge increases to the cost of health care. It's really not fair. Now, let's get back to household electricity. Prices are up 10% this year. 1 in 3 households is cutting back on basic necessities just to pay their rising electric bills. People are very concerned, and they should be, because over 100 gas and electric utilities are proposing higher rates this year. Mr. Speaker, you know very well, we are grappling in Florida with the largest utility has requested what looks like the largest rate increase in the history of the country. And I hear my good friend, the chairman of the committee, talk about that they care a lot about consumer costs, but your rhetoric does not match your record. Example number 1 is the big, ugly bill. And I'll offer for the record an analysis by Energy Innovation of the big, ugly bill, where they say the bill will reduce additions of new cost-effective electricity capacity, raising power prices for consumers, and decreasing U.S. GDP. Will hamper development of domestic electricity generation capacity, and by 2035, we forecast a 340 gigawatt decrease in generation capacity due to the bill. As a result, this bill will make it more expensive to meet growing demand in the next 5 critical years in the global AI race, damaging U.S. competitiveness. I ask unanimous consent that this be submitted for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We cannot win the AI race of the 21st century with energy policies from the 20th century. Not only is it bad policy, but it is soul-crushingly expensive to do so. And hardworking American families, they're just looking up here to Washington and say, can you all please focus on solutions and not cater to the polluters and the folks who have all too much power here in the halls of Congress. It's not fair. And this bill is an example of, not only is it a waste of time, because here's the secret. This bill is asking for a coal council. Well, I think the ranking member already went to it. The president has already established a coal council, so we don't really even need that. But the real impact is going to be on the bottom line. And let's look at one example of why this is going to cost everybody more. In May, just days before the J.H. Campbell coal-fired power plant was set to close, the Trump administration issued a last-minute order to force the plant to stay open. Okay, we won't even talk about how the Trump administration has pulled permits of fully permitted and almost fully constructed offshore wind projects. We'll put that aside. But to keep the Campbell plant open, the administration cited a so-called grid reliability emergency. But they've produced no actual evidence of any kind of emergency. Since their order, the department hasn't pointed to a single instance where the plant was needed to keep the lights on. Remember, nobody was asking for this. The company that owns and runs the plant wanted to close it and shift to a mix of energy sources. The plant is losing money, and the administration is now forcing the company to spend nearly $1 million a day to keep it open. And who will pay the cost of that? Well, it will be families across the Midwest. And the Trump administration looks to force the old, uneconomical fossil fuel plants to continue operating past their planned retirement dates nationwide. We estimate that this looks like the cost to the consumer could reach $3 billion a year by 2028. People can't afford that, and they don't deserve that. Don't forget, the big ugly bill, again, you add what they're doing in forcing uneconomical plants to stay online, so consumers pay the cost. The big ugly bill, you're taking away clean energy incentives, cleaner, cheaper energy, asking consumers to pay the cost. Utilities are, and everyone's grappling with the arbitrary Trump tariffs. This is not fair, and Republicans say we need to keep coal plants online so that so-called dispatchable resources to meet growing electricity demands will help with the AI race with China, but they're clearly confused about the difference between reliable and dispatchable power. Reliability is not just about being dispatchable, it's about delivering performance under stress. And here's the truth. Coal-fired power plants are not reliable. They are inflexible. They're outdated. It's outdated technology that actually threatens grid reliability and resilience. Most of our coal fleet was built in the 1970s and 80s, and years of use has led to a rise in unplanned outages. PJM has capacity accreditation of coal plants at just 83%. The Colstrip coal plant in Montana is accredited at only 54%. That means it's effectively unavailable nearly half the time that it's needed. As noted by the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, large voltage-sensitive loads like data centers require flexible, responsive grid solutions, not slow-ramping generators that can take up to 12 or more hours to come online. Coal plants are inherently inflexible, and that worsens grid congestion. By forcing coal plants to stay online, we're occupying our limited transmission capacity with inflexible generation. That prevents cheaper, cleaner resources from being delivered, and this is a real concern. Independent market monitors in the Midwest have found that congestion-related market distortions have cost customers over $1 billion a year. That's not fair. This is the United States of America. We're about innovation. We're about modern technology. We're not about looking backward. If Republicans were serious about meeting energy demand and keeping customer bills low and powering AI, they would look to real solutions: energy efficiency, virtual power plants, grid-enhancing technologies, batteries, and more. But if you keep looking backwards, and we simply will not be able to meet the moment, meet the growing demand that is forecast. American businesses should not be left holding the bag with higher bills because you refuse to march forward in the 21st century on what we need to do on power production and tapping the great innovators across this country. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this very costly bill. This entire package is another cost raiser for families back home that they don't deserve. Please vote no. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that over the next decade, we're going to need 152 gigawatts of power. A gigawatt of power is about what it takes to power the city of Seattle. So 152 Seattles over the next decade is what's estimated. We're also slated to close 112 gigawatts of power. So I think we need 152 gigawatts of power. It takes years, in the next day, it takes years to get any project approved. And hopefully we can speed that up through permitting reform that hopefully we all can work on. But when you need that much power and you have existing power, why take it offline? My understanding is, I've had a couple of people bring this coal plant up that was just mentioned, that the grid needed it for the summer because they were afraid they were not going to have enough power to get through the summer. So it wasn't just that the federal government forced them to keep it open. The federal government allowed them to keep it open. And the first thing we can do to help our fight against China, that's what it's all about. It's about, we know either we have the scaling data centers here, or China's going to dominate. That's the only choice. Europe can't do it. We know what happens if you overregulate and don't produce the energy. It's a good example from Europe right there to do it. So we know we need the power. We're going to lose the great battle of our time, and who's going to control AI and supercomputing, eventually quantum computing. So if the very first thing we can do to really bridge that power gap is not take power offline, I think it's reasonable to do. I think it's the right thing to do, and I think that it's absolutely what we should do. And so I will now yield 5 minutes to my friend from the great state of Wyoming, Ms. Hagerman.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3015, the National Coal Council Reestablishment Act. I have often said that coal is the energy of the future, and under the leadership of President Trump and this Congress, coal is rightfully back in favor in Washington, D.C. Coal produced 16% of the electricity in this country last year, and it is one of the most reliable and affordable forms of energy that we have. It is imperative that we increase domestic production in order to meet our ever-increasing demand. My own state of Wyoming is responsible for about 40% of the nation's coal, producing 191 million tons of coal and shipping 171 million tons to 26 different states in 2024. It is estimated that Wyoming has more than 165 billion tons of economically recoverable coal, with over 1.4 trillion tons of total coal reserves. Power demand is expected to increase by nearly 21% by 2030, and the AI sector will need 50 gigawatts of new electric capacity by 2028. Producing coal is the only way to meet this demand. Federal policy must be designed to meet these new challenges, which is why reestablishing the National Coal Council within the Department of Energy is more important than ever. Unfortunately, this long-standing federal advisory committee was shuttered by the Biden administration in response to lawsuits filed by the very environmentalist NGOs spearheading the full-scale campaign against coal. My colleague on the other side decries the cost of energy and states that it is because of coal and policies from the Republicans that are causing that increase. The increase in the cost of energy is solely the responsibility of the Democrats and their failed policies. They are the ones that have caused the increase in the electricity rates by requiring the electric companies to include unreliable and unaffordable energy resources in their mix. While they claim that coal is an energy of the past, clearly that is not the case. Coal-fired power plants are the most reliable and cost-effective form of available energy that we have. I'll just give one example near Colorado Springs. The coal-fired power plant is approximately 300 acres in size. Across the highway is a solar field that is approximately 1,500 acres. The coal-fired power plant is 80% efficient. The solar field is approximately 20% efficient. And the coal-fired power plant produces more than double the energy and the electricity that the solar field produces. Luckily, the Trump administration restored the council in June of this year, and I applaud the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Rulli, for offering this bill to reaffirm President Trump's actions. We need more coal, not less, but coal policy can be complex. Coal production falls within the jurisdiction of numerous oversight agencies, and it is governed by a series of mining and energy laws, regulatory agencies, and permitting requirements. The National Coal Council will provide much-needed expertise, advice, and guidance related to effective coal policies. An example of the Council's importance can be found in the report that it issued in 2018 entitled Advancing U.S. Coal Exports. Although environmental NGOs have worked to reduce domestic coal production and use, our allies in Asia have an increasing demand for coal, confirming that export markets present a significant opportunity for states like Wyoming. I want to again thank Mr. Rulli for his sponsorship and Chairman Guthrie for his committee leadership promoting strong energy policies. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill and to support the coal industry.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as she may consume now to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Matsui, who is the ranking member of our Communications and Technology Subcommittee.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the ranking member for yielding me time. I rise today to speak in opposition to H.R. 3015. Coal is the dirtiest form of energy and is also one of the most expensive. Coal-fired power plants spew toxic pollutants into the air, including sulfur dioxide, mercury, lead, soot, and arsenic. These pollutants are disastrous for human health, causing neurological damage, lung cancer, and even premature death. No one wants to breathe this stuff. That's why we closed all the coal plants in California. You might consider, again, remember acid rain. That was caused by coal plants. Acid rain didn't magically go away. We put in place regulations that limited basic toxic pollutants from coal, and that's what stopped acid rain. And the Trump administration even acknowledges this. Secretary Kennedy has spent his career railing against the coal industry and its pollution. The Trump administration's Make America Healthy Again report celebrates the progress we made in reducing toxic air pollution, progress we made in part by regulating coal mines. But now President Trump and Republicans are rolling back regulations on coal plants, preventing old coal plants from retiring and reestablishing the National Coal Council. They even gave a tax break to coal mining. And it's not just dangerous, it's expensive. Coal power is now 28% more expensive than it was just 4 years ago. In fact, it's often cheaper to build an entirely new solar power plant than it is to just keep a coal plant running. That's why nearly 800 coal power plants, have been retired in the last 25 years. They're just too expensive, and we have cheaper, cleaner options. I really thought that President Trump and Republicans campaigned on lowering costs. Well, more coal power means higher electricity bills, and I don't know about you, but I think Americans are already paying too much for electricity. Once again, Republicans are selling out their own constituents to boost the profits of big polluting corporations. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as he may consume now to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Morgan McGarvey.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. I'd like to thank the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee. This is my first time to publicly congratulate him on the House floor of assuming the chairmanship of the Energy and Commerce Committee. What I can tell you about Mr. Guthrie, having known him for a long time, he has always acted and led with civility, kindness, and respect, going all the way back to the time in the state Senate in Kentucky. So I've never served a day of my life in the majority, and it might go without saying I was sort of hoping that Mr. Pallone would be the chairman this year. But if the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee can't sit on this side of the House, I'm certainly glad it's a gentleman from Kentucky. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bill not just because it's a waste of our time, it's also a wasted opportunity to for once do something for coal miners instead of coal companies. As Ranking Member Pallone said, the President has already reestablished the National Coal Council. It's a waste of our time to focus on something that already exists just days before the government runs out of funding, and mere weeks before people receive notice of their health insurance premiums going up by thousands of dollars next year unless the House Republicans extend the health care tax credits for working families. But most importantly, it's a wasted opportunity. An hour of precious floor time spent in service of Republicans' obsession with removing coal from the ground while doing nothing for the men and women who work the mines. The House has not spent 1 minute debating an increase in black lung benefits, which at current levels are totally inadequate to cover the cost of living for miners with black lung or their survivors after their death. Not 1 minute on improving the long-term solvency of the Black Lung Disability Trust Fund. Not 1 minute on the Trump administration's efforts to delay the life and limb-saving proximity and silica dust rules, delays which the mine workers president has said, quote, they called a death sentence for miners. And not 1 single minute on stopping Trump's cuts to the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program or the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health's black lung research programs or for black lung screenings, cuts which are taking place at a moment when this disease is killing coal miners at the highest rates this century. The Republicans have made clear they are for coal, but I'm for the men and women who mine the coal, the coal miners. We must do better for them. I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Can I inquire if the chairman is going to close? All right.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr. Speaker. Look, I've heard my colleagues on the other side talk about how long it takes to bring energy plants online or energy sources online. I've heard about the suggestion that Democrats are trying to close fossil fuel plants. This is a president, President Trump, who in the 6, or I guess it's 8 months now since he's been president, has proceeded to try to cut off almost any source of clean energy. Just a few weeks ago, he announced that he was going to stop the offshore wind plants that were over 90% constructed in Rhode Island. He's done the same throughout the eastern seaboard. As you said, Mr. Chairman, I think it was Chairman Guthrie who said, it takes a long time to build these energy facilities. And either you or one of the other Republicans today said that we favor all of the above, which means you favor fossil fuels, you would like to see clean energy, you'd like to see nuclear energy, presumably. But that's not what we're getting. That's not what we're getting from the Trump administration. That's not what we're getting with these bills. Everything favors fossil fuels. Every effort is being made by this president to cut off clean energy, not only windmills, solar, et cetera. So the bottom line is everything's being done to prioritize dirty fuels, whether it's coal, whether it's oil, whatever it is, at the expense of clean energy. And clean energy is cheaper, but even if you didn't believe that, we need more energy, regardless of its source. So why would you want to just cut off offshore windmills in Rhode Island that are over 90% complete? It makes no sense unless you're just trying to favor the oil and gas and the fossil fuel interests. Now, I want to say also that Republicans say they want to save the coal industry. Secretary Wright recently implying that he doesn't want a single fossil fuel plant to close. And this is ridiculous for several reasons, the most important being that keeping these plants open is more expensive than building new sources of clean energy. And the proof is really in the pudding here. The Trump Department of Energy recently forced 2 fossil fuel plants that were days away from retiring to remain open. Is directly forcing homeowners hundreds of miles away from these plants to pay to keep the plants online. The Consumers Coal plant in Michigan was slated to close and save Michigan residents $600 million on their power bills. But Donald Trump pulled the rug out from everyone and instead is increasing families' power bills. The administration pulled the same trick with the Eddystone oil and gas plant in Pennsylvania, where 2 units that were nearly 60 years old were set to retire. Pennsylvania's grid operator determined that taking the plants out of service would not impact grid reliability. But President Trump didn't care, and now Pennsylvania Utility Commission chairman noted, and I quote, that the price tag for consumers could grow quickly, unquote. And consumers aren't given a say in this process. President Trump dictates that a coal plant stays online, and homeowners have to pay for it. A recent study by the Grid Strategies found that if the administration refused to let a single fossil fuel plant close, Americans would be on the hook for $6 billion per year in increased costs by the end of the Trump administration. Republicans' obsession with coal is going to cost Americans billions of dollars and pollute our air and water for nothing. Nothing except some additional cash for Republicans' friends in the coal industry. And it's really a rotten deal for the average American. Now, I also want to say, in opposition to this bill, Republicans claim that the National Coal Council is so important that it demands floor time in the House of Representatives, even though the president has already reestablished it. We could be passing legislation to lower energy costs or avoid a spike in health insurance premiums instead. If Republicans believe that this coal council is such a priority, then surely the Trump administration does as well. But the Trump administration has not let the coal council, well, it's let it languish for 3 months. So reestablished it back in June. It hasn't met. No one has been appointed to lead the council. And remember, those positions don't even require Senate confirmation or even consultation with the Office of Presidential Personnel. No meetings scheduled. I mean, it should at least have some members if you think it's important. But unfortunately, none of those things have happened. All the coal, if you look on the website for the Coal Council, it says all of this is coming soon, members, meetings, whatever. You know, that's like the neighborhood coffee shop not quite ready to open to visitors. They put up a coming soon sign. The reality is that all of this is a charade. Republicans can try and sell their donors that they're rescuing the coal industry, but in fact, they're doing nothing even with the National Coal Council. It's not like it was that great under the previous Trump administration either. The Coal Council operated in the previous Trump administration as some kind of bizarre organization that was intertwined with a trade association that went by the same name, funded by private contributions from companies that made up the real government Coal Council. It got so bad that a federal judge found that the shadowy trade association was the alter ego of the real Coal Council, with no clear lines of separation between the federal entity and its mirror image. So official Coal Council events were funded by the trade association, and at a meeting of the government's Coal Council, a speaker called upon members to become dues-paying members of the trade association. You can't make this stuff up. You really can't. I mean, this idea that Coal Council be important, that anyone really cares about it, is just a joke. The Trump administration obviously doesn't think the National Coal Council is important. The last time it existed, it didn't even seem to do anything. And I don't understand the point of advancing a bill to reconstitute it without adding guardrails to prohibit the mixing of industry priorities with legitimate research. You know, this is what the court pointed out to. So I only mention these things because I'm trying to emphasize that this bill is a complete waste of time and a disservice to our constituents that we're even here talking about it. And so I urge opposition to the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I really thank my friend Congressman Ruley for sponsoring this legislation. It is important. We don't want this to be unestablished. I know it's getting reestablished. The reason President Trump's having to reestablish is coming soon because they got unestablished. And so that's what we're trying to prevent into the future. And I wish my friend from Kentucky, my colleague, was still here because I would say to him, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the kind words, and he is a good friend with kind words. I will say that I wish that he wasn't here just a couple of years ago, and he said we haven't spent 1 minute or any time helping the coal miners. There are more retired union coal miners in Kentucky and in surrounding areas than there are current coal miners. Their entire pension system and their healthcare system was based on a time where there was always new people coming in and fewer people going out. Well, it's upside down now. And if my friend had been here, he would have seen in Longworth Cafeteria or Rayburn Cafeteria day in and day out. People with their coal hats on, their miner hats on, their shirts, and a lot of them from Kentucky. And just, what am I going to do? This is something I had depended on. And I will tell you, we all worked on it. But I will have to say that his colleague, I mean, not his colleague, his constituent, our colleague on the other side of the bill and the leader at the time, Leader McConnell, took that as his issue. And I will tell you, if you ask any coal miner, retired coal miner in Kentucky with a pension, a union benefit, retired union benefit, they will tell you who spent time on that issue, who was the leader on that issue. Leader McConnell used to go around Kentucky, goes around Kentucky, did when he was campaigning, and say things like, Kentucky punches above its weight. And we absolutely did on that. He threw the right punch on that. Our retired union coal miners have the benefits they have today because in an omnibus or a spending bill, I can't remember, probably both together, he put in a provision that preserved their benefits. And so when we say we hadn't spent a minute on it, maybe he's talking about right now, but I can tell you we have here in this Congress, the leader absolutely did, and I commend him for that. And I'll support the urge of this bill, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 707, the previous questions ordered on the bill. The questions on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to reestablish the National Coal Council in the Department of Energy to provide advice and recommendations to the Secretary of Energy on matters related to coal and the coal industry and for other purposes.
The questions on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
To the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 707, I'll call it H.R. 1047 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 251, H.R. 1047, a bill to require the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to reform the interconnection queue process for the prioritization and approval of certain projects and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 707, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-9 is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided between the gentleman from Kentucky and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 1047.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1047, the Grid Power Act, sponsored by my colleague, Representative Troy Balderson from Ohio's 12th District. This legislation would ensure that grid operators have the tools they need to secure the reliability of the electricity grid in the event there is a capacity shortfall. Across 2/3 of the country, grid operators are charged with ensuring that the lights stay on when you flip a switch. Reliability isn't a luxury. It's a critical necessity to our way of life and one of our reasons our economy is the greatest in the world. Unfortunately, decisions made by the last administration favoring intermittent, unreliable sources, often at the expense of on-demand dispatchable resources like fossil fuels, have made the grid operators' jobs nearly impossible. We know that baseload and dispatchable power resources provide the essential reliability services necessary to maintain the stability of the electric system at an affordable price. This legislation provides a pathway for grid operators to bring these resources online quickly if there's a demonstrated need. Importantly, this bill does not alter the existing interconnection process and will work in tandem with reforms made in FERC Order Number 2023 to alleviate some of the backlogs we've witnessed over the past several years. If we fail to build the dispatchable resources needed to power next-generation industries, we will cede American leadership on the world stage to communist regimes such as China and raise costs on consumers along the way. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. It will make our grid more reliable and lower America's electricity bills. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bill. After their big ugly bill made energy more expensive for American families already struggling to make ends meet, Republicans are attempting to finish the job by further continuing their nonsensical attack on clean energy. This bill would aim to make it harder to hook clean power up to the electric grid and would remove safeguards intended to ensure that the entities in charge of our power grid can't discriminate against clean energy. Now, while the regulatory processes that power grid operators use to hook power plants up to the grid does not make for riveting television time, I'm sure, it's still very important, especially at a time when power demand is rising and we must get more clean energy onto the electric grid. If you listen to Republicans, they'll tell you that the main point of this bill is to allow grid operators to prioritize resources they can get on the grid as quickly as possible. But they're conveniently ignoring the fact that grid operators can already do that. This isn't some hypothetical power. The grid operators from the Mid-Atlantic, the Midwest, and the Great Plains have this year all made tweaks to the processes they use to hook power plants up to the grid. In reality, the point of this bill, in my opinion, is to prioritize fossil fuel plants by allowing them to jump to the front of the line ahead of wind, solar, and battery storage. And this is really preposterous when you consider that 94% of proposed power generation waiting to be interconnected is zero-carbon clean energy. Republicans want grid operators to be able to discriminate against renewable power, continuing Trump's war against clean, cheap energy. And Republicans are trying to kill off the only realistic source of electricity growth in our nation, and that's clean energy. There's nothing here more complicated than that. That's what they're trying to do, kill clean energy. And it's a real shame because we do need to find ways to add more energy to the grid. Prices have skyrocketed in my home state of New Jersey, largely because of decisions that the PJM, our grid operator, made 5 to 10 years ago that created a clogged queue for power plants waiting to hook up to the grid. It's been a disaster. And while recent rules from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission have helped, we have to do more. And instead of focusing on picking winners and losers in the interconnection queue, we should focus instead on speeding up the processing of the entire queue so power plants can get online as quickly as possible because we need more power from all sources. We should focus on making it easier to build the necessary grid infrastructure upgrades so power can get online. And we should do it all in a way that's fair to American families paying the bills. This bill does none of that. It simply gives a fast pass to big oil and gas, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield as much time as he may consume to my good friend and the sponsor of this legislation, and leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Balderson from Ohio.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Guthrie. I rise in support of my bill, the Grid Power Act. This legislation is critical to ensure our nation has the dispatchable baseload power needed to meet historic demand growth and guarantee that the lights turn on when our constituents flip the switch. PJM, the largest grid operator in the nation and sole grid operator for my home state of Ohio, has announced that they expect to lose about 40 gigawatts of generation by 2030. That's 21% of PJM's total capacity. And new power generation is not coming online quickly enough to offset the risk posed by retiring resources. Between 2022 and 2023, alone, PJM saw over 11,000 megawatts of generation deactivated while only adding 4,000 megawatts of new generation in the grid. It doesn't take an expert to see the retiring power plants outpacing new generation as a problem. This is especially concerning for my district in Central Ohio, which has become a national hub for data center construction. These new facilities are at the heart of powering the AI revolution, but we must now figure out how we can power them while ensuring our constituents have access to reliable and affordable energy. We saw how close we were to power sanity in Ohio over the summer as utilities warned Ohio residents to reduce energy power during peak demand to help prevent rolling power outages. Ohio families shall not have to face a power emergency for running their air conditioning. We have the natural resources needed. We have the ability to build more power generation. This is clearly a public policy failure, and we can fix it by addressing the broken interconnection process. Interconnection queues are a list maintained by transmission system operators, such as independent system operators, regional transmission organizations, or transmission providers that track pending requests for new generation facilities to connect the grid. Right now, our nation's interconnection queues are buckling under their own weight. The growing backlog of projects is adding years to an already slow process and prevents shovel-ready projects from being built and connected. According to the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, almost 2,600 gigawatts of generation projects are sitting in interconnection queues across the country. That's more than double the amount of existing generation currently on the grid. The median wait time for projects has now stretched to 5 years. With demand growth accelerating and retirements mounting in Ohio and across the country, we cannot afford to wait 5 years or more. And we certainly cannot afford to keep delaying critical projects. The Grid Power Act addresses this by requiring FERC to develop rules that allow grid operators to fast-track critical generation needed to ensure reliability and meet demand, bypassing the years-long wait in the interconnection queue. The bill also promotes transparency by requiring the grid operators provide opportunities for public comment and stakeholder engagement before submitting proposals to FERC. Operators must also provide regular reports to FERC on the state of grid reliability and actions taken under this bill. Finally, FERC must review and, if necessary, update its regulations to ensure they remain effective in addressing evolving challenges to grid reliability and resiliency. And let me be clear, this bill is fuel neutral. Nowhere in the text does it single out fossil fuels or renewables. Instead, it establishes a process to fast-track projects based on their ability to enhance the reliability and resiliency of the electric grid. But as we face a looming electricity shortfall, we must recognize that weather-dependent, intermittent resources alone cannot meet the challenge. Grid operators across the nation have been clear over the last several years that we need more dispatchable power to come online to protect us from rolling blackouts. If we want to keep American businesses running and ensure uninterrupted power for our constituents, we must fix the broken interconnection queue. I urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense bill that equips our grid operators with the tools they need to do their job. I'd like to end by thanking Chairman Guthrie, Subcommittee Chairman Latta, and the Energy and Commerce Committee staff for all their hard work in getting this bill to the floor. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Florida, who is the ranking member of our Energy Subcommittee.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for yielding the time. I rise in opposition to H.R. 1047. It's a bill that will give polluting gas plants an unfair and costly shortcut to the electric grid while doing nothing to protect working families from rising energy costs. And this is an unfortunate theme this Congress. Despite the promises of the President and my Republican colleagues in Congress, they haven't brought any bill that will help address the affordability squeeze. Right now, as we debate this package of energy bills, there's a big discussion going on about the Republican budget that's coming to the floor likely tomorrow. And Democrats are here to say we are going to fight to protect your pocketbook. We want lower cost, and we know the impact of the big ugly bill was to raise healthcare costs, to raise energy bills, and it's really time that the average working American get a break for a change. We want to cancel the cuts. The ACA, the Affordable Care Act tax credits are a pathway to affordability and life-saving care, and it appears that the Republicans are going to refuse to reinstate those tax credits. We want to fight to lower costs, to protect Medicaid, to save your health care, and this is the larger context of this debate on your energy bills as well. And this bill is a good example of you can peer into Congress and say, okay, who's fighting for me? This Grid Power Act is unnecessary. What has been happening is that cleaner, cheaper sources of energy are waiting to come onto the grid, and the Trump administration and Republicans in Congress now are throwing up as many barriers as possible because they are on the side of the polluters. And you can see, you had a coal bill, this is a gas bill. What about the cleaner, cheaper energy that is waiting right now to come onto the queue? They are throwing barriers up to getting those cost savings to hardworking families. And this does nothing to ensure a reliable grid, which is so vitally important at a time of more extreme events. Okay, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has the power already to approve changes to the interconnection queue process. That is a funny term for how we bring sources of energy onto the grid, this disjointed grid across the country. FERC can prioritize what power sources come onto the grid when it deems necessary. You don't need to give an unfair, costly shortcut to gas plants. These kind of decisions on how we're going to power our lives and connect resources to the grid, these are very complex decisions. And you want robust analysis. You want an independent FERC, fully staffed with experts to make these decisions in partnership with local grid operators. Clearly, because FERC already has the authority to do a lot of this, as long as it's supported by evidence. So this Republican bill says, forget the evidence, we're just going to give this fast pass to gas companies. It allows them to cut in line, and that's unfair. What they should be doing is speeding the cleaner, cheaper resources to the grid, giving them a fair shot to do it. You know, yesterday we had a committee meeting in the Energy Committee this week, and we had the acting general counsel from the Department of Energy appear before us. And just to show you the fast pass that polluters and gas companies are getting, we asked him about the Energy Secretary's trip overseas to try to sell more natural gas from Americans. And I asked him, I said, well, have you done any analysis on this to show that that's not going to raise costs on American ratepayers and consumers? He said, no, not that I know of, because you keep pushing exports of our energy resources. What happens to the costs for hardworking families here, and what happens to domestic businesses as those resources go elsewhere as well? And one of FERC's responsibilities is to keep prices affordable. That is made possible by competition. This resource, you want it to be resource neutral as much as possible. If you don't believe in neutrality, what you're going to do, you're going to stifle American innovation and entrepreneurship. And then when you talk about reliability, it isn't a description of an individual generator, remember, but rather it's an attribute that applies to the entire grid across the country. It's not a given that additional dispatchable resources aid reliability themselves. You have to rely on a mix of generation, different fuels and wires to make sure everyone can get the power they need all the time. And when you put your finger on the scale of a certain power source and then put barriers to others, especially cleaner, cheaper sources, that's just a recipe for higher cost for businesses and consumers alike. And when this bill came before our committee, I had an answer to a lot of this dysfunction about how we expedite resources to the grid. And my amendment said, for any projects that are prioritized in the interconnection queue by this bill, if you're going to expedite them, then we want to see proof that they're coming online within 4 years. But my Republican colleagues didn't want to shine the light on the gas plants that can't come online in 4 years, and they all voted down my amendment. But if you're generally concerned about meeting demand growth in the next 4 years, and you genuinely believe that gas is going to do that, they could have agreed to this amendment, but everyone voted it down. But here's the dirty little secret that everyone in the energy industry knows right now, but Republicans are glossing over. There is a critical shortage of gas turbines. That means the cost of gas plants is already facing inflationary pressures. Those inflationary pressures, who are they passed on to? Consumers back home, to hardworking American families. If you haven't ordered your gas turbine now, you're not getting it this decade. The only way we're going to meet growing electricity demand in the next few years is through cleaner, cheaper power that is waiting to come onto the grid. Wind, batteries, distributed energy sources, demand response, grid-enhancing technologies, and other solutions. This is an incoherent energy policy from the Trump administration. You say you want more power, we need more power, we have AI data centers, but let's kill the offshore wind projects. Let's create barriers to getting sources of energy onto the grid that are ready to come onto the grid. And let's make life more expensive for hardworking people, because we're going to say, no, only gas plants get that fast pass, but we don't have the turbines and the infrastructure to get them on the grid. That is incoherent, and that means that it's going to be costly. And that's the last thing that our neighbors need back home. They want people working together on solutions. And this ripping health care away, making health coverage more expensive, making electric bills more expensive, all of these policies are unpopular, and I wish we could get back to working together on real solutions for the American people. I believe they need relief from the cost of living, and we should be working together to get there. So let's reject this bill and get back to working on those solutions together. I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields back. Does the gentleman from New Jersey reserve? The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been talking, and it's absolutely true, energy policy is national security policy, and one of the leaders in Congress on the Armed Services Committee, one of the most important members we have, and a good friend of mine, he's from the Armed Services Committee and others, is my good friend from Virginia, Mr. Whitman. And I yield to him as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1047, the Grid Power Act, and I'd like to thank Representative Balderson for leading on this bill, and for Energy and Commerce Committee Chair Brett Guthrie and his staff for their incredible work on this. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you for all of your efforts to make sure that we have the energy grid that we need for future. And we know where the demands are coming from. We know that we have to have the additional high-performance data capability if we are going to lead in artificial intelligence. We know we're in a race with China. We know that for the future of this nation, for the future of our children, we want to make sure that we are on the right path. We know that we will use AI for the right purposes. I don't think anybody believes that China is going to use AI for the right purposes. And across the 1st Congressional District in the Commonwealth of Virginia, I hear from my constituents about the rising cost of energy, whether it's at the gas pump or whether it's their power bills. And I'm proud to co-sponsor this bill, H.R. 1047, because policies like this ensure a supply of reliable, affordable electricity generation, and in turn, we want to do everything we can to lower costs for American households while providing the necessary energy.
And we have challenges now. The demand is going to increase precipitously in the years to come. How do we make sure we meet that demand? How do we make sure we have not just the generation sources in place, but also the transmission systems that work together to make sure that we are working against any sort of large-scale failure scenarios that makes a problem for us in the long term. We have to address those problems now. And to achieve this, we have to have our regional transmission organizations and our independent systems operators, we have to give them the necessary authority to prioritize projects that increase interconnectivity to make sure these systems interconnect. So if there's a problem somewhere, we can bring power back in. That's what makes our grid today so incredibly important, is if there is a breakdown in transmission somewhere, we can bring other ways to bring power to people's homes. If there's a breakdown there with generation, we can find other ways to bring power to people's homes, bring power to people's businesses. That's why maintaining and increasing that reliability in the future is key. Resiliency in that grid is key too. How do we do that? We make sure that we do even more to empower the decision makers to have maximum flexibility to make sure that they can put new improvements to our grid in place to make sure that every bit of power generation capacity, every bit of transmission capacity is ensured that it gets power to the consumer, that it gets powers to our families, to our businesses. They rely on that. I mean, we know the interruption that it has. If you have power that goes out at your home or power that goes out at your business, I mean, that's a major inconvenience, and in some instances, a major interruption in your business can be a major safety factor, too, for families that rely on that power for things that are critical to people's well-being at their homes. We have to make sure that we are doing everything we can to make this happen. And by expediting the resources necessary that advance this reliability, increase the reliability, increase the resiliency in the grid, we know that this legislation will help achieve that. And we know that this will help us unleash American energy production in vast new improved ways. Again, modernize the grid, increase reliability. Those things are key. We want to make sure that we're doing that because that brings down the cost of living, brings down the cost of power. When things are more reliable, we have more opportunities to provide power in many different ways. That brings down cost. This bill will allow us to do that. It also helps us restore American energy dominance, where we're using all of the above. We want to use every asset at our avail, both our energy itself, both what we produce there in the grid and the transmission within the grid. We know that this is key for our working families and our small businesses. That's the foundation of strong communities. And it starts with making sure that we have a grid that has maximum reliability and maximum resilience. This bill achieves that. So in closing, I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. Again, I want to thank Chairman Guthrie for his leadership, for Representative Balderson for introducing this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve, and I have no further speakers, so I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, the Energy and Commerce Committee has jurisdiction over a number of issues, including energy, but we also have jurisdiction over the FCC. And beyond that, this House, in my opinion, and the members of this House, have an obligation to guarantee free speech and our democracy at all times. Yesterday, FCC Chairman Carr used his position to launch a swift and decisive campaign to remove Jimmy Kimmel from the nation's airwaves. And let's not kid ourselves about what happened. President Trump has been openly trying to get Jimmy Kimmel fired since his first term. Press reports detail White House staff calls to Disney as far back as 2018 to complain about Kimmel's jokes. But now President Trump has a willing partner at the FCC with Chairman Carr. An agency that once prized its independence is now overtly being used as a personal speech police of the President of the United States, a cudgel against dissent. Yesterday, Chairman Carr issued a public threat to Disney, ABC. He said, and I quote, "We can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct and take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead." Now, given that the FCC licenses all ABC stations, both Disney's owned and operated stations and third-party owned ABC affiliates, this threat carried real weight. Licenses can be revoked by the agency wrecking a company. The threat sparked Nexstar and Sinclair, two affiliate owners, to preempt Kimmel's show from the ABC programming stream and leaving Disney no other choice but to suspend Jimmy Kimmel indefinitely. No surprise, these affiliate companies also seek regulatory favor from the FCC. Now, there was a time, Mr. Speaker, when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would be outraged by this government overreach. They would not condone this assault on free speech. There was a time when companies, particularly American broadcasters, would hold the line and assert their constitutional rights for all of us. But apparently that time is over, and it's a dark day indeed. And we need to be clear about two things. One, all Jimmy Kimmel did was speak. And two, it's not freedom when a private company decides to shut down speech to avoid punishment from the government. That needs to end now, and that means that Chairman Carr should resign. But I urge my colleagues to keep in mind that the First Amendment is the most important amendment and probably the most important part of our Constitution to guarantee free speech. Not only does this need to end now, but we have to continue to speak out when we see violations of free speech, both by the President, by the FCC, or by anyone else, frankly, who we have jurisdiction over. Now, I feel very strongly about this, but I do want to go back to the energy issue in the bill that's before us today. My friends on the other side of the aisle claim that they are for all of the above. I've heard that over and over again from the Republicans. We're for all of the above with regard to energy consumption. But the bills today show that that's simply not true. It's not accurate when they say that. And I have to thank Secretary of Energy Chris Wright for just being honest about this. At an Energy and Commerce hearing in June, he was very blunt. And this is a quote. He said, and I quote, "I have never been for all of the above. And if I said it at one point in time, I misspoke." And well, there you have it, Mr. Speaker. The Trump administration is staunchly against all of the above. And that makes sense because their actions at least match their rhetoric. They're doing everything they can to put their thumb on the scale for dirty energy and cancel every single clean energy project they possibly can, no matter how helpful it might be to keep electricity bills down or keep the lights on. We have a duty to ensure that our power grid can keep the lights on. And even if Republicans don't like to admit it, that means adding clean energy to the grid. It's the quickest source of energy to add to the grid, given the current multi-year gas turbine shortage. Grid reliability regulators have been clear that renewable energy and batteries were critical in allowing the grid to endure multiple heat waves this summer. That's why Texas added more solar and wind energy to their power grid than any other state in the country in the wake of the blackouts during Winter Storm Uri 4 years ago, because solar and wind helps keep the lights on. Unfortunately, Republicans seem uninterested in acknowledging that basic reality that solar and wind partnered with batteries can be an essential part of a reliable power grid. So instead, they've done everything they can to increase the cost for these technologies and make it harder to add clean energy to the grid. So, Mr. Speaker, between this bill and the big ugly bill, every time Americans open their power bill or see their lights flicker, Republicans are responsible. And I think the American people will hold them accountable. For all these reasons, I oppose this bill as I oppose the other two energy bills today, and urge my colleagues to vote no. And I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Congressman Balderson for sponsoring the Grid Power Acts. This is part of the strategy we all have to do to produce more power so we can have cheaper power. Demand's rising. We need supply to rise. We need supply of dispatchable power to rise. I do believe we need all of the above. I believe it's also said the best of the above, and dispatchable power is important. I encourage a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 707, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to require the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to reform the interconnection queue process for the prioritization and approval of certain projects and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
Speaker, I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The bill is...
I would ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
of Charlie Kirk. Just last week on September 10th, we tragically lost a tremendous leader and friend, a cowardly, deranged, and unstable assassin who was radicalized by left-wing ideology, murdered a conservative icon over political disagreements. Charlie Kirk was an inspiration to an entire generation and will be remembered as someone who changed the very course of our country. But his most important role was as a loving husband, father, and devout Christian who shared his faith unapologetically. My thoughts and prayers are with Erica and Charlie's 2 young children. We know and appreciate that Charlie Kirk was a man committed to his faith, his family, and this nation. He dedicated his life to protecting and defending the God-given rights enshrined in our founding documents. He worked tirelessly to demonstrate how to engage in peaceful and meaningful political dialogue. The life of our republic depends on resolving political differences through spirited debate, the ballot box, and embracing the rule of law. Political violence has no place in this country. Violent rhetoric such as describing political opponents as fascists or Nazis is unacceptable. Charlie's assassination was a deliberate, targeted attack. It was meant to silence a conservative voice. This assassination was meant to instill fear and chill debate. But we have responded and will continue to respond with courage. We'll double down on the work Charlie dedicated his life to, and with the resolution today, we firmly condemn the attack that cut his life short. I thank Speaker Johnson for leading this effort to honor Charlie Kirk, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Mr. Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to speak on the principles that bind us together as a nation. First and foremost, we must acknowledge the human cost of this horrific tragedy. A wife has lost her husband, children have lost their father, a family has been shattered by senseless violence. And whatever our personal political views, there should be no hesitation in extending deep sympathy to Charlie Kirk's loved ones, family, and friends. We also stand here today to reaffirm a principle that runs deeper than politics. Political violence has no place in the United States of America. Our democracy rests on a fragile but enduring promise that disagreements are to be aired through speech, through debate, and through the ballot box, not through intimidation, not through violence, and not through bloodshed. That promise is enshrined in the Constitution, which protects freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. Precisely because the framers understood, as we all know, that a democracy cannot function without the ability to argue, to disagree, and sometimes offend each other without fear of retribution. And that principle, of course, cuts both ways. We cannot claim to defend free speech if we only protect words we find comfortable or agreeable or polite. The test of our commitment to the First Amendment is not whether we defend the speech we like, it's whether we defend the speech we dislike. Our Constitution demands that we find a way to live together in freedom, even when our visions for the country might differ. Democracy requires that we resolve our differences not by force, but by persuasion, not by threats, but by votes, not by silencing votes, but by answering them. So today, we all join together to mourn the Kirk family. Let's recommit ourselves to the freedoms guaranteed in our Constitution. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, my colleague, Mr. Gosar.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Arizona. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of HRES 719, honoring the life and legacy of Charlie James Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a patriot, a Christian, a tireless activist who traveled America engaging young people in civil discourse. Charlie was doing what he loved, building a platform to share his faith in Jesus Christ and welcoming peaceful political dialogue and public debate before his life was cut short by a radicalized monster. Charlie considered Arizona his home, but he poured out his heart and soul into America, a country he so loved. He was a force of nature. He changed the course and direction of this country. Charlie was also my friend. Words cannot describe the loss I feel, that we feel. His voice, conviction, and friendship will be dearly missed. America will never be the same. We owe Charlie this honor. As he had asked that this resolution help to ensure, and this resolution helps to ensure, Charlie will be forever remembered by his courage and faith in Jesus Christ. Godspeed, my friend. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Gentlelady from
Mrs.
North
Fox.
Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for yielding. Mr. Speaker, Charlie Kirk stood for the open exchange of our ideas, our God-given freedoms, and spirited debate that challenged people to view the issues of the day in a different light. He reminded us to remain rooted in our faith and to seek God's wisdom every day. Civil society lost one of its most vocal defenders. There's no question about it. But let me say this. Charlie Kirk's work and impact are far from over. Every day, men and women are rallying to carry on the mantle that he once carried. Mr. Speaker, that is a powerful testament to his impact upon the world. I pray that God gives his wife, Erica, his children, and his family continued comfort. I support the resolution before us today and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from California reserves.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of HRES 719, honoring the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk. I had the honor of working with Charlie over the last several years, and he gave voice to so many young people. He was outspoken about his faith and conservative values and dedicated his life to engaging people in respectful and intelligent debate. He left a mark on this great country and will be forever missed. What happened on September 12, 2025 was a violent political assassination that was an attack on the very freedoms that Charlie lived and fought to protect. Today, we must honor Charlie by recommitting ourselves to what he stood for: respectful, open dialogue, faith, family, truth, and freedom. Let Charlie's death not deepen our divisions, but be the spark that unites us. May we reject political violence wherever it comes from and restore civility. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this resolution to honor Charlie's life, to affirm the right to freely engage in public speech, and to resolve that America will stand undeterred by violence. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from California
Reserves.
reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield to myself such time as I may consume. So, what did Charlie do that was so unique? Charlie invited people to come up to meet and debate him openly and without hostility or ridicule. He would go to college campus. They'd do a pop-up tent. He'd sit there, and there'd be invariably a large crowd. And he would say, if you disagree with me, we want you to come up first and come to the front of the line. And then he would have that debate, and invariably he'd win. Why would he win? Because Charlie was a smart guy. Charlie was prepared. Charlie knew the answers. The most other incredible thing, if you ever wanted to see a good set of debates, when Charlie was in Oxford University debating, that was absolutely phenomenal, and I encourage all to watch that. I'll reserve, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California reserved. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as he may consume to the Honorable Speaker of the House, my friend from Louisiana.
Does the gentleman yield 1 minute?
I'm sorry, 1 minute, yes, of course. Mike Johnson.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
I think my dear friend from Arizona, it's been a tough time in Arizona, and my colleague Andy Biggs has done a great job in leading people who are shaken, and I will say that people all over this country are shaken. Mr. Speaker, this has been a tough week in the country. I think I've spoken at 3 or 4 vigils already. I'll be attending our late friend Charlie Kirk's funeral on Sunday, as many of us will, to pay what will be our last respects. But the honor of his memory will go on. The last week has been difficult because people are shaken by this in a way that we've not seen the country moved in quite some time. I've described it as if a shadow has been cast across the country by the untimely death of our dear friend, and the way it was done in such a hateful, heinous manner online for people to view. It's been disturbing. My heart's gone out in particular to all the students around this country who are so closely associated with Charlie Kirk's organization, Turning Point. There are 3,500 plus chapters of Turning Point, universities, college campuses, high school campuses across America. And so many of those students felt personally connected to Charlie because his voice resonated with them, and it helped inform their worldview and the way they see politics and society. And when he was lost in such an abrupt and tragic manner, they felt it to their core. And I've been so burdened and disturbed for that. I've been praying for all those kids, untold number of young people around the country who are so disturbed and frankly need trauma counseling themselves from what they've just seen and witnessed. But in the midst of all this, the thing that encourages me is that I believe in the same promises of Scripture that Charlie did. And I've been reminded a lot of the passage of Scripture that says, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness cannot overcome it. Some translations of the Bible say the darkness cannot comprehend it. And I think that's true. And what I've said to all these students and what I've shared in these vigils is the same refrain. To summarize, the best way to honor the legacy of this singular voice in our culture, not just in the conservative movement, but in the recent history of America in the last several decades. The best way to honor the work and the legacy and the ministry of Charlie Kirk is to do what he did, and that is to advance the principles that he advanced and to adopt his approach. What I mean by that is the principles that Charlie advanced were the good things. Scripture talks about we focus on the noble and praiseworthy, the good. And Charlie did that. He focused on things like faith and family and freedom and virtue and honor and patriotism. Charlie believed in America. He believed in the promise of America, in the creed of America, that we're all made in the image of God, the self-evident truth that God is the one that gives us our rights and not the government, and that those principles are worth fighting for. Charlie used to quote Ronald Reagan, as I do all the time. Reagan reminded us freedom is not inherited in the bloodstream. It has to be fought for and protected and taught and passed along to the generations that come behind us so that they will know the same liberty and opportunity and security that too many of us have taken for granted too often. And Charlie believed that. So he advanced those principles every single day in every venue that he was able. But he did it in a manner that we should emulate. Because when I tell the young people that they should adopt the practices and the manner, adopt the approach of Charlie Kirk, what I mean by that is that he was never motivated by hatred for someone on the other side of that debate. Charlie, to the contrary, was motivated by love because he believed in what Scripture says. There are these 3 things that remain, faith, hope, and love is the greatest of all. Love overcomes, love conquers. And that's what motivated our friend. And so even though he could defeat anybody in a debate, so often, and I saw this myself, when he would vanquish someone in a policy argument, he was the first person after that to reach out a hand of friendship or offer an arm around the shoulder of someone who he had just defeated in a contest. Why? Because it wasn't about winning the policy. It wasn't about, at the end of the day, really, the policy arguments. It was about the people. And Charlie loved vigorous debate, but he loved people more. That is the legacy of our friend. A lot of things have been said about him, and when someone is on the air, when they're a ubiquitous voice in all forms of media all the time, 24 hours a day, you can go cherry pick one line or phrase or something that they said in a long context or a long discussion, and you can pick anything out and make someone portray them to be something that they were not. But the people who were doing that did not know Charlie Kirk. And all of us who did will attest. Every single person who spent any time with Charlie Kirk will tell you that he was a good and godly man, not a perfect man. None of us are. There was only one ever perfect man, and he was God and man. But Charlie Kirk was a good man who loved his fellow man and gave his life literally in the pursuit of advancing truth. And so the very least that we can do is honor him, and especially at a time in the country when people are anxious and frightened. In moments like this, when political instability and fear are pervasive, it's incumbent upon leaders to step forward and stand in the breach and do what is right. And so by voting for this resolution today, we're making a strong statement on behalf of the Congress. We're telling our constituents, for one thing, that political violence, but also the glorification and celebration of that violence, are profoundly wrong, and that goes against everything we stand for as Americans. Charlie stood for exactly the opposite. He stood for what was good in America, what is virtuous, what is worthy of protection and preservation, and we honor his memory by doing this simple act of passing this resolution. I can't imagine that anyone would vote against it, or vote present, or pretend as though this is not exactly the right thing to do. So I certainly hope that we can pass this resolution unanimously today, just as it should be passed. And I thank again my dear friend and colleague, Congressman Andy Biggs of Arizona. Our hearts go out to the people of Arizona, as they do to everyone who is mourning this death. But I will tell you this, the truth that Charlie advanced will go forward more loudly and more profoundly than it ever has before, and that's the encouragement we have. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California reserved. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, the majority leader, my friend Mr. Steve Scalise.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my friend from Arizona for yielding. Mr. Speaker, we still have heavy hearts. We're still mourning the loss of our friend Charlie Kirk, who was such an inspirational leader to millions across this country. And as we've seen since his horrific assassination, he inspired not only people here in America, but all around the world, as you see the outpouring of love. And Charlie was a man who had so much love for other people. He had love for our country. Charlie talked about why it was so important that we debate our differences, something that shouldn't be a novel issue, Mr. Speaker, something that is part of the foundation of what makes this country great and unique, what separates America from so many other failed examples of government, because we are that experiment in self-governance, in democracy, and part of that ability to self-govern is that we're going to have disagreements, and that we have the ability to express those disagreements with each other, but in a civil way, in a way where it doesn't lead to political violence. And in times like this, we reflect on a lot of things, but more than anything, Mr. Speaker, we lean on our faith. And Charlie Kirk had tremendous faith. You know, when I look above the Speaker's rostrum, it says right there, here in the People's House, "In God we trust." And it's times like this where we really do need to trust in God, because God knows the answers. Charlie believed strongly in God, and that faith in God is what will get us through tough times like this. In fact, Charlie talked a number of times about how he would want to be remembered, and he talked about how he would want to be remembered for his courage in his faith. And what an example he was for faith for so many young people. You look at college campuses all across this country right now, and you see mourning, but you see more young people driven to get involved in this process. Turning Point has had requests from over 50,000 people since Charlie Kirk's assassination to start new chapters on college or high school campuses. This movement that Charlie started is just getting started. It will only grow, and his incredibly strong widow, Erica, who was just named the head of Turning Point, to continue that legacy, has vowed to make sure that what Charlie stood for, what he represented, the movement that Charlie Kirk built will endure. It will grow, and it will continue to inspire millions more people to want to get involved in government, want to question leadership, want to maybe question their own views, the things they might have been taught by people in schools that had ulterior motives, that might have been trying to indoctrinate them into some other viewpoint, so that now they had the power and the courage to think for themselves. How powerful is that? Those are the things that Charlie left behind that will endure, Mr. Speaker. And so this resolution is so important to remember that legacy. Remember that this was a young man, still a young man, but even younger at 18, a young student with an idea that said, what's happening in the schools is wrong. What needs to be taught is something broader. We need to get back to a respect for each other's differences of opinion. And that's what drove him to start a movement at such a young age. Let all young people be inspired by that recognition that the power of ideas still can move a nation. That's what Charlie Kirk reminded all of us. And Mr. Speaker, we're never going to forget that. We're never going to forget the legacy of Charlie Kirk, but that legacy will live on and only grow stronger. God bless you, Charlie Kirk. Yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. As I heard the news, the horrific news of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I was on my way to speak to a group of pastors who had come here to tour the Capitol and take in our beloved national capital. And I couldn't help in that moment to be reminded of Hebrews 11, which people of faith understand to be the Hall of Fame of faith. And it goes through the chapter and explains all the great feats of faith, people like Abraham, Moses, Samson, and David. And it talks about how they, through faith, conquered kingdoms, administered justice, gained what was promised. But then it goes on and it continues, and it said there were others who were tortured, refusing to be released so they may gain an even better resurrection. Some faced jeers and floggings, even chains and imprisonment. And it goes on to say the world was not worthy of them. The world was not worthy of Charlie Kirk. He spoke truths that we understand that we can build a life upon, but he also understood that they were truths that we could build a nation upon. And he, more than any, conveyed those things with clarity, and especially to a generation who had been taught moral relativism and been taught that truth could not be found. He spoke very clearly and with compassion and human dignity. Above all, beyond the courage, beyond his faith, and beyond his policy, he had the courage to make a difference, courage to stand, and I hope that we continue with that same courage as we continue to serve the people of this great nation. Let's remember his family as well. God bless.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for yielding. Mr. Speaker, America has hit a moral crossroad. One side celebrates the wicked murder of a faithful patriot, while the other side recognizes the sanctity of life and the beauty of thinking and speaking freely. We are headed towards a precipice with no return. If we can't even agree that murder is wrong, we've moved beyond politics. We're debating whether society itself should survive. The shooter last week wanted to silence Charlie, not just silence him, but everything he represents: faith, family, and freedom. Folks are beginning to speak up and take a stand against evil for good. They're real threats to all that makes America great. In the face of evil ideologies that choose violence, villainization, and hate, we must choose a different path, the one Charlie chose, that of civil discourse and love of our neighbors. Mr. Speaker, Charlie Kirk understood that freedom is only one generation away from extinction, and so he ignited a love of country and God in a younger generation, inspiring us all as he did so. May today's vote be a small symbol of an awakening taking place across our nation. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Speaker, I yield to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, 1 minute.
Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much to the gentleman from Arizona for honoring our friend Charlie Kirk. This has truly been a troubling week. This has been a very tough time for all of us, especially for Erica Kirk, Charlie's children, the family at Turning Point, and the legacy that Charlie has left behind is truly remarkable. Charlie is leaving a legacy that we will all continue to carry on and move forward with, of faith, of freedom, of love, of our constitutional values, to have civil conversations, disagreements. And it's interesting that my friend died doing what he loved most: hearing people, loving people, giving them the opportunity to speak their thoughts. He literally gave people his platform. We're honoring the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk, a courageous American patriot whose unwavering faith and love for Jesus inspired millions.
Yield an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman recognized for an additional minute.
Charlie's deep love for Jesus guided his actions, evident in his daily scripture study and fearless proclamation of the gospel. His assassination was a tragic loss, but his legacy endures, calling us to speak truth with courage and stand firm in faith. Charlie, we love you. Erica, we stand with you. We congratulate you on your new position, and may many, many more come to know the love of God and Jesus as their Lord through this heinous act. I yield.
Yeah, I reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
May I inquire how much time we have left?
1.5 minutes.
18 and a half minutes? That's beautiful. Yeah. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of the resolution honoring the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk. Charlie was a man of God. He was a loving husband and a father and an unrelenting advocate for the Constitution, for American free speech, and for his belief, Christian belief. I had the honor of knowing Charlie, but also serving with Charlie on the Air Force Academy Board of Visitors. You know, as we started our meeting, we talked about the love of country, we talked about patriotism, and he asked a question. His question to the Air Force Academy was, do you teach a course on American exceptionalism? Do you teach a course on loving this country, on why it is the greatest country in the world? Because he said, these men and women who are about to graduate, be commissioned as officers in the Air and Space Force that are willing to give their lives in the defense of this country should know why they love this country. They should know why this is the greatest country on earth, why they're willing to die for it. I thought it was an incredible question. We toured the Air Force Academy Chapel, and I'm going to challenge our Department of War, I'm going to challenge our country to finish that chapel as a symbol of the spiritual aspect of this country. And I'm going to challenge everyone that hasn't watched Charlie's message about how this country was founded on Christian principles to watch that, to learn about the founding of this country and the spiritual roots. And that Air Force Academy Chapel, having now been delayed for almost 8 or 9 years, is important to finish so that we can get that spiritual aspect back into the lives of our military, our warfighters, and those who are graduating. Charlie, we love you. Your legacy will stand firm in our minds, and I am absolutely convinced that your legacy will have a lasting impact on this country. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
No additional speakers. I'm prepared to close as well.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just...
Gentleman, then. Does the gentleman from California wish to close at this time? Or reserve?
Okay. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot about Charlie Kirk, and rightfully so, and we've heard this important resolution today, and I mentioned our love and prayers to Charlie's wonderful wife, Erica, and their children. Erica said the other day when she was speaking, she said that this mission, this program that Charlie was undertaking was not going to be stopped because of his assassination, that it was going to grow bigger and stronger, and that it would be unleashed even more. And so I'll just point out that what's happened in the last few days is I've been in contact with my other friends at the Turning Point. More than 50,000 new chapters have been applied for all over the country. And I know that there was one at I'll just describe it as a mid-Atlantic university. They had their initial interest meeting and had more than 100 students show up at that. That's what's happening around this country. And this tragedy, out of tragedy, has been born, I think, a hope and an understanding, not just for the theological or religiosity that Charlie brought forward, but also for the hope of American renewal and a recognition of the greatness of this nation. So that's important. I extend my condolences and my friendship also to the Turning Point USA family. I know many of those, and his team, those that were closest to Charlie, some who were there when he was assassinated. I give them my heartfelt love and wish them strength as they go through and try to cope with this new dynamic in their lives. But the mission goes on. You saw the outpouring from around the world, from Tokyo and Seoul to Spain to London, literally hundreds of thousands and maybe even millions of people coming out to recognize what Charlie was. And what he was someone who had conviction in what he believed as far as his faith, his belief in family. He used to advocate for families. He said the greatest thing you do, and he would tell young people this: get married, have children. And he encouraged people to have a good life, and that was important. But he also believed in this country, and that this country allows more people to do more like that than anywhere else. And that's why we remember him so today. And it's my hope, and I join my hope with the Speaker of the House of Representatives, that this resolution passes in a unanimous fashion. And so, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time. Charlie.
Balance of all time has been yielded back pursuant to House Resolution 722. The previous question is ordered on the resolution and preamble. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: passage of H.R. 3062, passage of H.R. 3015, and passage of H.R. 1047. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 3062, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 151, H.R. 3062. A bill to establish a more uniform, transparent, and modern process to authorize the construction, connection, operation, and maintenance of international border crossing facilities for the import and export of oil and natural gas and the transmission of electricity.
Questions on passage of the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 224, the nays are 203. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 3015, of which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 150, H.R. 3015, a bill to reestablish the National Coal Council in the Department of Energy to provide advice and recommendations to the Secretary of Energy on matters related to coal and the coal industry and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 209. The bill is passed and the motion, without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will be in order. House will be in order. House will be in order. For what purpose, gentlemen from New York? Seek recognition.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection.
The Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Bob Fisher. A proud I rise to celebrate Bob Fisher, a proud product of South Buffalo, and the incredible manager of the Democratic cloakroom, on his well-deserved retirement after almost 4 decades of serving the People's House. In 1987, Bob came to Congress, not knowing how long he would stay or what kind of mark he would leave on this institution. But the Lord works in mysterious ways. And we are here today as members of Congress to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for his distinguished contributions and dedication to this institution, the People's House, for nearly 4 decades. In fact, after almost 4 decades of service here in the People's House, it's clear to me that other than his family, the only entity that Bob loves more than the House of Representatives is the Buffalo Bills, who in fact are playing tonight. The work that we do as members of Congress exists in the public domain. But the American people don't often get to see folks like Bob, who keep this place running and support the hundreds of representatives and our staff with whatever we need. Whether that's providing updates to our offices, wrangling members to make sure we're present for votes, sharing information in real time, we can't do our jobs on behalf of the people without the cloakroom. And Bob has been the one who has kept the cloakroom humming with a steady hand, patience, expertise, professionalism, and heart and soul. Even through the terror and chaos of January 6th, Bob was a calm and comforting presence, bravely helping to ensure that members of Congress were safely evacuated off the floor. Thank you for your courage and your heroism on that fateful day. Bob is one of the unsung heroes of the United States Congress. So it's especially fitting that he shares a name with one of the greatest unsung heroes in NBA history, Robert Horry, who was known as Big Shot Bob. Robert Horry was not a flashy player, but he's someone who played the game the right way, had an uncanny ability to make the right plays at the right moment, including in the NBA championships when all was on the line. never made an all-star game, never was elevated, along with folks like Michael Jordan or Magic Johnson or LeBron James. But what's interesting is that Michael Jordan had 6 championships, Magic Johnson had 5 championships, LeBron James had 4 championships, but Robert Horry had 7, more than any of them, because he was always at the right place, the right time, with the right moves, the glue that made these teams into champions. That's what Bob has done for the House Democratic Caucus. Make the right play at the right time to ensure that the team is delivering results for the American people. So I know I speak for all of us as members of the House Democratic Caucus when I say that big shot Bob Fisher will be missed by all of us. Bob's family is here with us, including his wife, Julie, children, Christy and Emily, and parents, Robert and Kathy. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your husband, your dad, and your son with us for the last 39 years. Bob, congratulations on a well-deserved retirement. It's now my great honor to yield to our great Speaker Emerita, Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to join you in gratitude to Bob Fisher for decades of service to the Congress, many of those decades as I was Speaker or leader, so I know firsthand how indebted we are to you. I join the distinguished leader in saluting Bob's family and thanking them, as you did, for sharing Bob with us. Because as all of the staff who is here knows, you never know when it's going to be a late night or an additional Saturday or whatever it is. But thank you so much for that sharing. So today, we celebrate and thank Bob Fisher for his extraordinary service to the House of Representatives, especially the House Democrats' cloakroom, where he has been a trusted presence for decades. You know that, my colleagues. Bob's journey began with a leap of faith. After a spur-of-the-moment decision over lunch in 1987, he followed the footsteps of his hometown mentor, doorkeeper, Bob Malloy. That's a legendary name here for those of you who have been here a long time, and found his way to Washington. Over time, what was supposed to be a short stay in Washington became home, and Bob became a fixture on Capitol Hill. Bob joined the cloakroom staff in 1993, and through consistency, commitment, and professionalism, earned the confidence of members, staff, and colleagues. In the years since, he's been a trusted advisor, a problem solver, a calm presence during intense moments, a resource for countless members who rely on him, and he was a valued part of my leadership team, and now distinguished leader, soon-to-be Speaker's leadership team as well. Bob's work in the cloakroom has gone far beyond logistical support. He built relationships, he built trust, he built continuity in an institution that is ever-changing. As former Representative Brian Higgins, who preceded Tim Kennedy representing Buffalo, has said, he became the go-to guy. But most importantly, as his colleagues know well, Bob did it all with, again, grace, professionalism, and good humor. And whether he was explaining floor procedures, is that Hannah or Audrey? Yeah, there? That was Hannah, so precious. Whether he was explaining floor procedures, helping members navigate the often complex legislative day, or flipping on TV to the Buffalo Sabres games, Bob's departure now is bittersweet for us. We're sad to see him go, but we are grateful, deeply grateful, for what he contributed and for the legacy he leaves behind. Bob has always sustained not just the function of the House, but the spirit of service it undergoes. And as we honor Bob, let that be a message to all of the staff who serve us, that we appreciate what you do for the American people and for our democracy. Thank you all. He's made the cloakroom in this house a better place. He's done it quietly, responsibly, and without fanfare. That kind of service is often invisible, but it is indispensable. Bob strengthened the very fabric of the house. Today, as we wish him well, we honor not only his work, but the spirit of loyalty and friendship he brought here. Now, before I end up congratulating Bob, I want to acknowledge Congressman Tim Kennedy for what he did in honor of Bob Fisher's name is to have Densmore Street in Buffalo, New York, named Bob Fisher Way. Thank you, Tim Kennedy, for that. Congratulations, Bob, and thank you. We wish you the very best in whatever comes next, but please know you'll be very missed. Please do not be a stranger to us. Let us all be grateful to the legacy, the leadership of Bob Fisher. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Congratulations, Bob. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.R. 1047, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 251, H.R. 1047, a bill to require the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to reform the interconnection queue process for the prioritization and approval of certain projects and for other purposes.
The question is on the bill, on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes with electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 206. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize National Teach Ag Day. National Teach Ag Day celebrates school-based agricultural education. Today we share the importance and effectiveness of ag education in the United States and encourage students to consider careers as agriculture educators. Mr. Speaker, our ag educators are responsible for cultivating and inspiring the next generation of agricultural leaders. They prepare students to be problem solvers, leaders, entrepreneurs, and more. And this happens in the classroom with extension programs or with groups like FFA or 4-H. By recognizing our agriculture educators, we can ensure our students have knowledge and exposure to all the opportunities the ag sector has to offer. Mr. Speaker, I thank all the ag teachers and volunteers across the country who help propel students into meaningful careers that support our nation's farmers, ranchers, foresters, and producers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to bid farewell to my senior floor advisor, an alumna of teams Jayapal, Macbeth, and Pelosi, the one and only, the incomparable Allison Blankenship. The last few years have been some of the most unpredictable in the history of this chamber, and throughout all of it, Allison has been a constant, joyful, guiding light. From the longest speech in House history to the longest vote, Allison has skillfully navigated the unprecedented. She has powered through all-nighters with a smile, with pride, and always with helpful information. Because above all, she is driven by a love of country, a love of justice, and a love of this institution and its people. To Allison, we thank you. We wish you all the best on your next chapter, and please know we will not forget you, and we hope you will not forget us. Thank you, Allison. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a movement that's transforming the landscape of youth sports across America, girls flag football. Recently, Chloe Cronin, a student at Appleton North High School, reached out to my office to share a petition she started, calling on the Wisconsin Interscholastic Athletic Association to recognize girls flag football as a sanctioned sport. At Appleton North High School and across the Fox cities, girls are suiting up for flag football, not just for the love of the game, but to claim their rightful place on the field. Though currently recognized only as a club sport, these athletes are showing grit, leadership, and talent. Today, over 17 states have sanctioned girls flag football as a varsity sport, and countless others are piloting programs that give young women the chance to compete, lead, and thrive on the field. With support growing nationwide, from college scholarships to NFL partnerships, states like Florida and Georgia have already made girls flag football a varsity sport. Wisconsin should be next. These young women deserve the same opportunities, resources, and recognition as their peers. I urge my colleagues to support this momentum and ensure every girl has the chance to chase greatness, one flag at a time. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose is the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 16th District of New York is lucky to have an education-first facility located in Tarrytown. During the August work period, I had the opportunity to tour the International Language Campus and speak with young people from over 60 countries who are in Tarrytown to learn English. This location in our district is one of several dozen education-first campuses around the world. They have collaborated with the UN to create a joint global summer school program. In addition to physical schools, they also have the world's largest online language school. These programs are designed to help English language learners pick up the language quickly for attending school or starting a new job. It can be hard to be in a new place, learning a new language. I applaud the courage and the openness of these students in coming to the United States and meeting students from different countries. Our world is stronger because of cultural exchanges like this one, and it does a heck of a lot for the local economy in Tarrytown. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the work of Mr. Jeff Mittman and congratulate him on his appointment by President Trump to serve as a member of the U.S. Ability One Commission. Mr. Mittman served 22 years in the U.S. Army until an IED ended his service and caused him to lose his vision. Despite this sacrifice, Mr. Mittman made it a mission to move forward and overcome the challenges his life presented. As one of many accomplishments in 2019, Mr. Mittman became the first legally blind president and CEO of Bosma Enterprises, the largest employer for people who are blind in Indiana. Beyond that, Mr. Mittman also serves as the president of the National Association for the Employment of People Who Are Blind. Even after losing so much, Mr. Mittman considers himself the luckiest man alive. His responses to adversity serves as an inspiring lesson to all of us. Indiana is fortunate to have benefited from his unwavering sense of hope and leadership in our community. No one is more deserving than Mr. Mittman for this appointment, and I'm truly excited to see such an inspiring Hoosier serve on the Ability One Commission. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise with joy to celebrate a very special milestone. On August 24th, 1925, in Brooklyn, New York, my mother, Dorothy Shaw Frankel, came into the world, and this summer marked her 100th birthday. Still healthy, sharp, and still the life of the party. And really, this day, she's my best supporter, my best friend, always on my side. At 100, she plays a fierce game of bridge, rummy cue, and bingo, always with a quick wit and a competitive spirit intact. And she still turns on the news every day, and she worries about her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And she reminds us that age is not a limit, but a badge of wisdom, resilience, and spirit. So today, I honor my mother, not just for reaching a century of life, but fulfilling every one of those years with strength, laughter, and unwavering love for her family. She is my inspiration, and I'm so proud to celebrate her extraordinary journey. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the gray wolf has made full recovery in the United States and has been for some time. Yet, with the introduction of more and more wolves into the rural areas, you get results like this, with cattle losses, as well as the wildlife in the areas being devastated. Yet, activist lawsuits have kept wolves on the list long past the point of recovery. The result is indeed devastating for rural America. In the Great Lakes and Rocky Mountain regions, wolf populations are in the tens of thousands. These predators kill livestock, pets, costing ranchers their livelihoods. Some years, USDA reports losses of nearly 5,000 cattle and sheep. They're wiping out the wildlife in Colorado and my area of Northern California, too. Families who work hard shouldn't have to live in fear that the next attack will be on their herds or even their kids or themselves. In the Sierra Valley, for example, in Northern California, just in the recent months, they've lost 80 head of livestock. Ranchers and rural residents must be allowed to defend their property and themselves, including with lethal force when necessary. And indeed, the wolves are untouchable because the protections are so strong you can't even defend yourself or your land. Ineffective hazing is what is allowed, and you can't even hardly disturb the wolves. So we must delist them. U.S. Fish and Wildlife listed them years ago. Now they need to go through the delisting process because the wolf has fully recovered.
The gentleman's time
as you
has
can see
expired.
from the evidence. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to honor the life of Reverend Dr. Thomas Lorenzo Walker, a longtime minister, community activist, gospel artist, author, and dedicated public servant. After graduating from Shaw University, Reverend Walker pastored at Ebenezer Baptist Church in Rocky Mount, North Carolina for nearly 55 years. He was a great gospel artist known for his hit, One Day at a Time. He authored Brother to Brother, You Don't Have to Die of Prostate Cancer. Reverend Walker served 12 years on the Edgecombe County Board of Commissioners. Residents now drive across a bridge named after him on West Raleigh Boulevard, a reminder of the bridges he built linking Edgecombe and Nash counties in eastern North Carolina. Reverend Walker advocated for youth voting rights and prostate screenings, which he was a survivor. He was honored with our state's prestigious Order of the Long-Leaf Pine Various Service Awards and inducted into the Twin County Hall of Fame. We mourn his passing, honor his legacy, and extend our deepest condolences to his family. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the lives of Brenna Kulikowski and Damon Thomas of the Timber Mesa Fire and Medical District. On Sunday, these brave firefighters lost their lives in the line of duty, following a head-on collision while returning to Show Low. Although I had not met Damon, I knew Brenna, and my heart goes out to all those who are grieving this loss. Please continue to pray for their families in the White Mountain region as they mourn this tragedy. As the community gathers in remembrance and gratitude, Brenna and Damon will be escorted back to Show Low, Arizona, and welcomed home as heroes. We are all forever grateful for their dedication and service to their fellow Arizonans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the retirement of a National Park Service employee in my district, Ann Hannes. Since 2020, Ann has served as superintendent of the Chattahoochee River National Recreation Area in Sandy Springs. Ann has been a vital partner in our community, working hand in hand with my office, the Cumberland CID, and the Chattahoochee National Park Conservancy as we work to secure funding, break ground, and eventually cut the ribbon on the New Day Palisades project. Thanks to Ann's leadership, our community continues to preserve and advance the legacy of President Carter's bold vision for a beloved natural resource. I offer my gratitude to Ann for her devotion to our national public lands and celebrate her distinguished career in service to this country. On behalf of my office, Georgia's 6th Congressional District, and the United States House of Representatives, congratulations and best wishes in your retirement. I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Vermont is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, so over at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the administrator, Dr. Oz, yes, that guy, decided to curb waste. The government, he decided they should curb waste by letting the government use AI to decide if your medical procedure is really necessary. That means for-profit companies will use bots to deny care for seniors and working people and will get rich doing it at your expense. Right now, that's over 70 million Americans who rely on Medicare and Medicaid for their insurance. If there's one thing that Americans agree on right now, it's that our healthcare system is sick. Our premiums are too high, our access is shrinking. We are all enraged by a system that is already designed to deny us healthcare coverage, not make us healthier. Our system care is so perverse, we don't need yet another way for the system to screw us over. Americans deserve affordable, quality health care. And AI should not be determining whether you get health care. And that's what Democrats are fighting for. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize a local business leader and the recipient of the 2025 National Small Business Association Small Business Advocate of the Year Award, Dwayne Grohl, as Ohio's 13th Congressional District's Champion of the Week. Last week, Dwayne was in town for the National Small Business Association Washington presentation, where he was recognized for this award and his passion for uplifting small businesses. From mentoring local entrepreneurs to advocating for supportive policies and connecting small businesses with essential resources, Dwayne ties his success to the success of others. As an accomplished executive with over 3 decades of leadership and civil engineering experience, Dwayne is the current CEO and chairman of the board at Environmental Design Group. He also sits on the board of directors for the Greater Akron Chamber and serves as the inaugural chair of the Akron Canton Advocacy Alliance. Dwayne understands that small businesses are the lifeblood of our communities and our economies, and by empowering local business leaders, we can shape more vibrant and resilient local economies. I want to extend my thank you to Dwayne for reminding us that the birthplace of champions, Ohio's 13th district, is stronger when we succeed together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. We've talked at long length about the threat to democracy and the fear of an authoritarian leader in Washington. Well, the time is now. The authoritarian leader and his administration has surfaced. When the head of a communications company says that a television personality's comments can cause a television station to, or should cause a television station to cancel his show, and it happens, that's authoritarianism. When the government dictates what should and shouldn't be said on television and whether they should be punished, and using the power of the government to suppress free speech. The president then followed up and said NBC should get rid of 2 of its late-night shows. CBS has canceled their late-night show. I don't know what Johnny Carson would think about all this, or Jack Parr. I'm sure Alec Baldwin wouldn't like it, and President Trump didn't like the way he treated him, and Chevy Chase falling over as Gerald Ford probably put him in bad positions too. Comedy is comedy, free speech is free speech, and we shouldn't step on it. God bless the First Amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about manufacturing. Manufacturing is not just what we do in Michigan, it is who we are. Detroit built the Motor City, the big three automakers, and America's middle class. But today, while we still lead in auto manufacturing, Michigan faces some of the nation's highest unemployment rates, while families are struggling with rising costs. Mr. Trump promised tariffs would protect our jobs. Instead, they have driven up the cost of steel, aluminum, and auto parts while plants close and workers are left behind. When a plant shuts down in Detroit or Wayne County, it doesn't just hurt the workers. Inside it, it hurts every business, schools, and families. We need real solutions like job training, stronger unions, and building the future of mobility right here in Detroit. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as a survivor of stage 4 cancer to express my astonishment and object to the Trump administration's cuts to American cancer research. Over the last 50 years, the 5-year cancer survival rate for people like myself has risen from 49% to 68%. This is largely because of American taxpayers' investment in the brilliant researchers at the National Cancer Institute. The administration's cuts to National Cancer Institute spending by $842 million in its first 7 months alone put that trend in jeopardy. Just as a return on investment, this is astonishingly bad. For every $1 spent by American taxpayers at NCI, they get almost $3 back. Experts warn that we will lose a generation of scientists because of this recklessness. I urge the administration and my Republican colleagues to reverse course, maintain our global leadership, and work toward a better future for the 40% of Americans who will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
To address the House for a minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, utility bills are crushing upstate New Yorkers. You've got seniors on fixed incomes who are cutting back on groceries, working parents who are cutting back on the school clothes for the kids just to keep the lights on. And now, the utility monopolies, which are owned by foreign corporations, are raising rates again. They're taking more and more money out of our pockets, and they're sending it to foreign corporations to pad their profits. And they've been getting away with it for years because they work the refs, they hire lobbyists, they grease the politicians with corporate PAC checks. When I say the system is rigged against the working class and in favor of special interests, this is what I'm talking about. And it ends today. My Keep the Lights Local Act will ban foreign corporations from owning our utilities. Upstate New Yorkers who are already struggling to get by shouldn't be forced to pay dividends to corporate executives sitting in boardrooms halfway around the world. Keep the lights local. We're going to take our power back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank the Speaker, my friend from Texas. I would note just an observation. One of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, who is a cancer survivor, and God bless him for it, was raising issues about government funding and about what funding should or shouldn't exist and what this administration may or may not be doing to make sure our bureaucracies are running efficiently and effectively and not wasting money. I say this as a cancer survivor, stage 3, Hodgkin's lymphoma 13 years ago. Look, I think research is important. I think we need to make sure there's solid research. I think it can be driven heavily by the private sector, who are incentivized to make money for developing life-saving drugs. But it can be done in concert with governments and universities. But what we don't need is continued profligate federal funding in order to achieve greatness. You know, the Wright brothers, Henry Ford, the great inventors, the great industrialists, the great innovators in technology, the entrepreneurs out there, for the most part, they're not doing that based on government funding and action. They're doing it based on innovation and hard work. And that should be our model and approach. So while I appreciate those who have gone through a terrible disease, like cancer, as I did, as a number of people in this chamber, as millions of Americans across this country have done, it's not always a rationale for more government spending and more government action and more government bureaucracy. And I would note that the other colleague who came down and talked about high and rising energy prices, I too share some frustration about foreign-owned energy companies and utility companies. But I would remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that our energy prices wouldn't be skyrocketing and off the charts had we not gone down the road, the foolish road, of massive subsidies for the so-called Green New Deal, which is more rightly called the Green New Scam, in which foreign companies, Chinese companies, have been enriched because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle wanted to pursue their radical agenda. And you want to know why prices of energy are going up? Because of your policies, because of your mandates, because of your EV mandates, because of your mandates about solar panels and wind farms that are far less efficient than nuclear and clean-burning natural gas. Those things are driving up the price of energy for the average American and putting that money in the pockets of a handful of wealthy people and the Chinese. Congratulations. Don't come whining to Congress about what you need to do to deal with high energy prices that you caused. And that's the truth. And the fact of the matter is, we need to do a lot better job of speaking truth here in this chamber. And I'm reminded, as a number of my colleagues were debating a resolution honoring a friend to many of us, Charlie Kirk, who, as is well known now, lost his life last week. I am reminded of the importance of truth. Truth matters. And Charlie stood for the proposition that you should go into the public square and put forward your ideas and put forward what you believe is truth, and then hash it out. And he did so eloquently, thoughtfully, and engagingly with people of all stripes. Black, white, straight, gay, male, female, whatever it was, he would engage with people on campuses and around this country to pursue truth. One of my favorite quotes of Thomas Jefferson is, "For here we are willing to pursue truth wherever it may lead." Follow truth wherever it may lead. But you also have to have the courage to speak truth. Charlie Kirk, when he was engaging with Bill Maher just earlier this year, said, and I quote, "In China, and of course in the Soviet Union, there was an anti-Christian movement, very hardcore. What book do you think is best for humanity to live by? I say the Bible. The entire arc of the Bible is a story of love and a need for humanity's redemption. The Bible has wisdom in ways you might not ever imagine. Humanity will seek to find a book. They'll seek to find a code to live by. And I think it is incumbent upon atheists to tell us what that should be." Speaking to Bill Maher, a skeptic. Charlie Kirk earlier this year in April. The mechanisms of a religious society are good for everybody. When somebody walks around and thinks that you were created and that you're not God, you tend to have better citizens. Charlie was not wrong. Earlier this year, Charlie Kirk, in a debate with an atheist, quote, "I would argue you have a lot more faith than I do. You have a lot more blind faith to believe that everything around you, love, joy, peace, sadness, is all just a construct of neurons firing in your brain. We as Christians have hope that we are going to see our loved ones again, and that we will be in heaven, and that we will be in perfect peace, and that this is not it. In fact, there's something even better awaiting us." Also earlier this year, also with Bill Maher, quote, "The greatest minds of history have been mesmerized by the scriptures. Isaac Newton, Thomas Aquinas. Isaac Newton wrote more about biblical prophecy than even physics. And so there's something about the scriptures that are intellectual, that push your limits. And that's what I think is so beautiful about our faith, is it can be accessible to everyone, but infinitely nourishing in exploration. Earlier this year, Charlie said about his goal of conservatism, he said, "You have to try to point them toward ultimate purposes and toward getting back to the church, getting back to faith, getting married, having children. That is the type of conservatism that I represent. And I'm trying to paint a picture of virtue, of lifting people up." In another exchange with Bill Maher, "It defies reason to think that this is just a roll of the dice. When you see a baby come into the world, when you see how we naturally heal, when you see even consciousness itself, I think it is a pretty miraculous thing. To think that it's all just a bunch of happy accidents, I think it's more rational to think that it's a byproduct of design." 4 days before Charlie was shot, he, I think, tweeted out, "Jesus defeated death so you can live." Earlier this year, Charlie said, quote, "I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith." I could go further. My point of sharing these things is the importance of us standing up and speaking truth. And people say, "Well, Chip, how can you say it's truth? It's just what you believe when you talk about your faith." Well, I, of course, believe it to be true. It is truth. Jesus did die so that we may live, and Jesus lives. It is important that we remember our nation's founding and our nation's convictions and the spirit that binds us together as a nation, actual spirit. In God we trust. We cannot be bound together as a nation if we do not adhere to a common set of principles and values rooted in a collective faith in God Almighty. That does not mean that every individual has to believe anything specific. Doesn't believe that anybody has to go to church. It doesn't mean that we have to go around doing something in violation of the First Amendment, which says you can believe what you want to believe. But the First Amendment also does not stand for the proposition that we should walk away from our collective faith. It does not do that. In nowhere in the First Amendment does it say that. How does a nation conquer evil? How does a nation conquer Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan? the Soviet Union? Was it all because we just got together and decided to put together a military? Or was there something bigger? Was there something more important? Was there a collective faith in the Almighty that bound us together and gave us the courage for those young men to walk into a wall of bullets at Normandy? People always ask me, what is wrong with our country? Why is there so much division? When the nation turns its back on God, when the nation walks away from that collective faith, then do we really even have a nation? A lot of people keep branding Charlie as a conservative activist. Sure, he unapologetically advanced his definition of conservatism. But remember, as I said, when he tried to define that conservatism, he talked about it in the context of faith. He said, as I said a minute ago, you have to point them toward ultimate purposes and toward getting back to the church, getting back to faith, getting married, having children. That is the type of conservatism that I represent. And I got to be honest, that should be the essence of conservatism and the essence of who we are. What point is there to living free if you're not advancing toward the kingdom of God? Charlie had courage to speak to this, to raise these issues to a lost generation, consumed into devices that are destroying the minds of our youth. Devices that I would wipe away from the face of the planet tomorrow if I could. I would. God's honest truth. The Amish are onto something. But since I can't do that, can we not at least recognize that these are poisoning our children? The first thought I had after I had gotten word that Charlie was shot was to call my wife and to figure out how to get word to my son, also named Charlie, who I knew was an enormous fan of Charlie Kirk and who does not have social media or access to it on his telephone, but is around a lot of friends who do, and to get word to him not to look at anything. Because I knew immediately that the horrific images would be spread around instantly. And no children should be watching that. And that's just one example of millions every day polluting the minds of our children, coarsening our culture, breaking us down, addicting our children to devices instead of engagement and conversation and life and family and being outside. We are at each other's throats because we've turned our back on God. We're at each other's throats because nonstop there's a deluge of imagery and horrific thoughts that are flooding into the inboxes and into the visibility of our children and, frankly, ourselves. Charlie was correct. Charlie Kirk was correct that we have to focus on getting back to church, getting our nation, our families, our communities back to church. Would that this Sunday, everybody that's going to be at a National Football League game or parked in front of a TV watching an NFL game, would that every single American doing that would be in church with devices off, TVs off, having supper with their families. Which society would be stronger? The fact of the matter is, when I had to tell my son that unfortunately Charlie had passed, and I said, he asked if that was formally known in public, and I said yes. I said, he's gone. I'm sorry, buddy. He said, I would have loved to meet him one day. And then he sent me a Bible verse. He said, therefore, my dear brothers and sisters, stand firm. Let nothing move you. Always give yourselves fully to the work of the Lord, because you know that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. 1 Corinthians 15:58. Well, thank goodness his mama's doing something right. A lot of people have asked me why one of my first reactions in light of all of this was to raise the prospect of an organized radical left that has been fomenting the targeting of people that I care about, people like Charlie, Kirk, people like the Family Research Council, targeting families and communities in our way of life. Chip, why would you do that? Aren't you just sowing more division in calling for a select committee to investigate the organized effort of the radical left? I actually think it's the opposite of that. I started this talking about the need to pursue truth. Our job in Congress, in part, is oversight and investigation and pursuing truth and exposing it to the American people. It is a problem that organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center, in creating hate maps in which they target the Family Research Council, a decade ago resulting in an individual shooting it up and a security guard getting shot right here in D.C. Or Charlie Kirk's organization, TPUSA, being put on that same map with the target being put on their backs. Antifa, known to be radicalized and engaging in terrorist activities, which the president recognized just yesterday, I believe rightfully. The extent to which there is an extraordinary network funded not just by George Soros, but a large number of radical billionaires that are funding organizations dedicated to putting into office DAs and judges who put criminals on the street, who allow dangerous criminals to walk among us in our communities, on trains in Charlotte, North Carolina, where a young woman from Ukraine was butchered by someone who had been in and out of arrest and jail 14 times. It's not just an accident. It's not just one random DA or judge or, oh, George Soros funded one election. It is a coordinated effort to put DAs and judges and other law enforcement officials into places in communities, including in the communities I represent in Austin and San Antonio and throughout Texas, purposely, to then have organizations like the Wren Collective, which is now known through reporting just this week from the Law Enforcement Legal Defense Fund, putting out the known networks where they're going in and telling these DAs and prosecutors precisely what to do, precisely how to get people back on the streets sooner or not prosecute them at all. The result of this is that dangerous individuals are walking among us and hurting our loved ones, which is a direct threat to the security of our nation. So yes, I think we should investigate that. Yes, I think we should get to the bottom of that. Yes, I want to know how those dollars are flowing. Yes, I want to know why the people of San Antonio have to be turned upside down, or the people of Charlotte, North Carolina have to be turned upside down because a radical group of billionaires are funding organizations that are funding these people to be put on our streets. How about our borders? Should we not know the flow of the dollars of the coordinated network through the United Nations and through international organizations and through supposedly religious organizations, or the 250 organizations that our friends at the Center for Immigration Studies put out, demonstrating the network that was responsible for dumping millions of people into our communities, including violent gang members from around the world, that resulted in the death of Americans. Americans like Jocelyn Nungare, Americans like Laken Riley, Americans like Rachel Marin, and I could go down the list of people who were killed, abused, assaulted, harmed, because a radical group of leftists decided that open borders for their political purposes was more important than your safety and security as Americans. So yes, I think we should have a select committee or an organized effort among the Judiciary Committee and the Oversight Committee to expose this network, to expose the funders, to expose the people that are doing this purposely to undermine your security as a nation. Yes, we should know that. And the only question is, why aren't every single representative in this body standing up and saying, yes, I agree? I agree with Vice President J.D. Vance, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, and they put forward plans to go after leftist non-governmental organization in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder. The Vice President said, we're going to go after the NGO networks that foment, facilitate, and engage in violence. We're going to channel all the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination to uproot and dismantle these terrorist networks. The Vice President is correct. My friend Stephen Miller is correct. The President is correct to be declaring Antifa a terrorist organization. Enough is enough. Enough with the disruption of our nation. And for those that say this is somehow clamping down on speech, wrong. You can say virtually anything you want to say in this country. But number one, there's consequences to that, including getting fired, including having television shows canceled, because there's a limit to what a society should have to take. And if you're going to say crazy things, then there can be a consequence to saying those crazy things. And that is okay. And no, it is not interfering with your First Amendment rights to say that you cannot engage in effectively conspiracy to foment violence, including, by the way, the riots in 2020. In the false name of supposedly healing racial division, or in this name of certain lives mattering, because we want to divide our country further. Organizations funded for a specific purpose to create instability and to undermine our way of life and our freedoms, those should be investigated. Left-wing groups that are providing material support to that kind of violence should be investigated. I say, well, Chip, why just left-wing groups? Why not right-wing groups? Well, Fine. Go look at any groups fomenting said violence. But all I know is in the wake of Charlie Kirk getting shot, I didn't see the streets around this country burning. I didn't see people's businesses and livelihoods getting looted and destroyed and burned from Minneapolis to California to our nation's capital. I didn't see statues getting toppled and tossed into water. I didn't see spray painting and destruction of public monuments and statues. What I saw was prayer. What I saw was people coming together in defense of their collective belief in God and their belief in this country, but willing to not just say, we need unity for the sake of it. I'm tired of that. I'm tired of this nonsense where we say, come together, we must unite. We need unity. Unity for what? Unity under what? Unity under a constitution, under a flag, and under God. Yes. In defense of a country with shared values? Yes. Not unity for the sake of it. Not turning the other cheek to a lawless bunch of organizations designed to take down and destroy our way of life in our country, to undermine our faith, undermine our country, undermine our freedoms. Because that's what we see. And you have to be blind to ignore it. And you have to be willful in that blindness, to ignore the conspiracy and the coordination to dismantle so much of what made this country great, to target institutions of faith, to target people for their conservative views and beliefs, to destabilize our society, to put criminals on the streets, to import people from around the world with criminal backgrounds and gang members for your own crass political purposes, to try to pack your districts and to try to expand your voter base. Well, it's not working. Because this administration and those of us who have stood up to fight this and expose this are seeing to it that we're removing people from this country who should be removed, securing the border so that people aren't flooding across it, standing with law enforcement, securing our communities, backing the blue, restoring safety and security, not just at our nation's capital, but around the country, and making this country a place where you can achieve the American dream again, but only if we are willing to take on these organizations that are still causing the lawless to be walking among us, that resulted directly in the death of a Ukrainian refugee who thought she could live the American dream and it was taken away from her because people were purposely put on the street who are dangerous. There's no other way to look at that. That's literally what happened. I know that there's going to be a lot more conversations and speeches about Charlie coming up, but I'll just close with this. In a 1981 speech, which is hard to believe was almost 45 years ago, President Reagan declared, quote, liberal pro-criminal policies as rooted in utopian presumptions about human nature. For all our science and sophistication, for all our justified pride and intellectual accomplishment, we should never forget the jungle is always there waiting to take us over. He observed that the liberal belief that criminal justice is solely for rehabilitation instead of incapacitation and deterrence is rooted in a belief that there was nothing permanent or absolute about man's nature, and that by changing his environment, we could permanently change man and usher in a great new age. President Reagan was right. There is a place appropriately for forgiveness and rehabilitation. But there is not a place for allowing the rampant, lawless, and dangerous to be walking among our families and our communities, and our borders to be wide open, to endanger our societies for this crazy notion of some utopian nonsense, or worse yet, a purposeful use of this tool for political purposes. I applaud the president for doing what he's doing to try to secure our country. I call on my colleagues to band together to expose to the American people these organized efforts that are undermining our security and our way of life, targeted specifically at us. It is high time that we expose it. It is high time that we do something about it. And if we learned anything from what we saw unfold that resulted in the murder of Charlie, it is that we go find the people that are just as guilty as the young man that pulled that trigger. The people who are just as guilty because they created that environment, they fomented the radicalization and the creation of an environment where that occurred, knowingly destabilizing our society in the process. With that, Mr. Speaker, if my colleagues are ready, whoever's next. With that, I will then yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Almost 7 years ago, I came to Congress to serve my community, my state, my fellow veterans, and the country that I deeply love, in a different way than I served it on the battlefield. When I put the uniform on as a teenager, I swore an oath to the Constitution, and I stand here today to uphold that oath. I came here to represent a state that has been racked with trauma: Columbine, Aurora Theater, Club Q, Boulder, and most recently Evergreen High. I came here because, like so many of my fellow veterans, I harbor deep resentment for our wars that cost thousands of lives, trillions of dollars, and decades of lost opportunity. I came here because the American working class has been gutted, left behind, and excluded from the American dream while the elites grow wealthier than ever. I came to Congress assuming that, together with my colleagues from both sides of the aisle, we could solve these problems together. And we could have open and safe debates in a free society. Instead, I've seen 2 impeachments, an insurrection, a pandemic, cyber attacks, social unrest, political assassinations, mass shooting after mass shooting, wars, tumultuous elections, and a rapid collapse of our social fabric. In the last 9 months, the Republican majority has given up the power and the responsibility of Congress to serve the American people and has turned to this Congress into nothing more than a rubber stamp for Donald Trump. We should be doing what we were sent here to do, making people's lives better. But the Republican majority has stopped that. The lives of average Americans everywhere are getting much worse. Prices are skyrocketing. Homes are unaffordable. Consumer debt is surging. Unemployment is rising. Credit scores are plummeting. Family farms are going under. And gun violence continues to devastate our schools and our towns. And while Americans struggle, Donald Trump and his family are cashing in at our expense, accepting endless gifts from businesses and foreign nations, including a $400 million jet, charging $500,000 to join a private club for access to Trump officials, turning Mar-a-Lago and the White House Rose Garden into a pay-to-play destination for the wealthy and the well-connected, and issuing meme coins so investors and foreign individuals can buy influence and personally enrich the president and his family. All of this has added billions of dollars to Trump's wealth since becoming president. But while Americans get poorer and Trump gets richer, something darker is happening. The walls of our democracy are being disassembled brick by brick. Federal troops are patrolling our streets to intimidate and instill fear. Senators and members of Congress are thrown to the ground, handcuffed, arrested, and intimidated. They are firing our most experienced generals and admirals who may simply disagree with the president, purging military officials who find themselves on the wrong side of the president's cronies, threatening American cities with war and violence, attacking civil society, journalists, and public servants who show independence or speak freely, censoring media because someone dares to question or make a joke about the president, snatching people off the streets with masked agents in unmarked vehicles, forcing American troops to get on their knees and roll out a red carpet for a brutal dictator, and now using a terrible tragedy to pit Americans against one another and grab power. Political violence in every form is abhorrent. I condemn every single act of political violence, regardless of its source or its motivation. I went to war 3 times for this country to defend the Constitution and the rights of people to say things that I may disagree with. The right of every American to speak freely, peacefully, organize, and protest is fundamental to who we are. After all, what is more American than the ability to question authority? Questioning authority is, in fact, how we came to be a nation. We all lose when free and open debate is replaced with violence or threats. We must not lose our right and our responsibility to speak up against abuses of authority. Power in America has always been cyclical. At one time, one party is in power, and the next moment, another. That's why we must all protect it all of the time, not just when it's convenient for you. Everyone must defend the ability of a minority, Republican or Democrat, to question and protest, because at some point, you will need that right. That's why an attack on one person's freedom is an attack on all of us. And that is exactly what Donald Trump is doing, attacking all of our rights. Donald Trump and his cronies are now labeling those who disagree with him terrorists, scum, and enemies of the state. And only they will decide what is hateful. Only they will decide what poses a threat. Only they will decide who can speak and who will be silenced. If anyone thinks they are safe just because it's happening to someone else this time, they are not paying attention to history. Donald Trump and his cronies have attacked anyone, including right-wing media and politicians, simply for questioning them. The point for Trump is not to advance an ideology. It's the silent dissent and anyone who would dare speak up. When dissent is silenced, they can turn our government and weaponize it into an institution that serves only Donald Trump and enriches those who are loyal to him. In a system where the rule of law is replaced with raw power and governed by grievance, greed, cruelty, and impunity, nobody is safe. But this is not just a story of a presidential power grab, because that was envisioned by our Constitution. That's why it was written the way it was, to prevent power grabs. There are people with power right now allowing this to happen. As Trump tramples on the Constitution, some of our most elite and powerful individuals and institutions are failing to defend our democracy. Some of our nation's most powerful law firms have bent the knee. Some of our finest universities are buckling. Some of our most powerful CEOs have capitulated. And some of our largest media companies are simply surrendering. If those with power and influence want to sell off our rights and freedoms to enrich themselves, then Americans should make it clear that cowardice and greed will fail them. We will not shop at your stores. We will not tune into your TV and radio stations. We won't send our kids and our money to your universities or use your services if you are going to enable our slide to authoritarianism. What makes their cowardice and greed so stark is the courage we have seen from everyday Americans. When ICE agents started interrogating kids on a baseball diamond in Harlem, Coach Yeoman Wilder was the only thing that stood between those agents and his young players. Despite threats, he stood up and told the agents that they had no right to speak to those kids. The agents left. In the moment, Wilder told himself he was willing to die to make sure those kids got home. In Twisp, Washington, a small rural town that Trump won last November, hundreds of residents gather every Saturday to protest cuts to Medicaid and SNAP, cuts that will devastate their community. One resident, a school teacher of over 30 years, said they protest because, quote, democracy only works if we work it. In April, millions took to the streets to peacefully protest. We saw massive demonstrations nationwide in cities big and small. In Cortez, Colorado, population 9,600 people showed up. In Gardner, Montana, population 875 people made their voices heard. And in Daleville, Alabama, home to 5,100 members of the community showed up and spoke out. Here in Washington, D.C., as the National Guard is patrolling and ICE agents are dramatically ramping up raids across the city, citizens are starting Instagram pages and Facebook groups to inform fellow citizens of their rights. Parents are patrolling schoolyards to protect the rights of students and other parents. And around the country, journalists investigating and relentlessly searching for and reporting the truth don't stop, despite threats to them and their family. There is courage everywhere we look. We have not yet lost our power. So many Americans have been sounding the alarm bell for a long time, and they have been right. We have now reached the inflection point. Now is the time to stand firm, and for us to stand with them. For all of us to stand with those defending democracy, defending free speech, defending freedom of religion, defending due process, defending the rule of law, defending the right of school children to learn without fear of being shot, defending government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I have taken many oaths to protect and defend our country and our Constitution, first as a soldier and now as a member of Congress. I often think back to the start of my service to this nation as a young paratrooper, leading an infantry platoon in the invasion of Iraq. I think about the faces of those young men that I was responsible for. Black, white, Asian, Hispanic. From the north, from the south, east, and west. From farms and from cities, rich and poor. When I think of America, I still think of those young paratroopers. How we came together despite our differences. We served together, we fought together, we found great strength in one another. That is America. There is a tradition in the paratroopers that the leader of the unit jumps out of the plane first, and then the others follow. I am ready to jump. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and exclude extraneous material on.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield my time. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
No. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President, please. The
Mr.
question
Speaker.
on the motion to adjourn, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.